Microphone? Got it. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to start the meeting. Okay. Welcome. Today is October 20th, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Brian, and myself, Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, November 3rd, which is Election Day, we are aware of that, and Tuesday, November 17th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in order as they're signed in. We'll first go to Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. There'll be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask, please turn off your cell phones. But prior to the first item being called, Counsel's office has presented a proposed emergency summary order of suspension. It's been marked agenda number 2015-2387A for license serial number Bronx OP 1117874, issued to Joel Restaurant Corp. They're doing business under the trade name Key Club Cabaret, located at 4139 Boston Post Road in the Bronx. Presenting for Counsel's office is Associate General Counsel Marsico.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Counsel's office admits that there is a clear and compelling need to summarily suspend the license of Key Cabaret. There has been a recent pattern of violence involving serious assaults by Key Club Cabaret's own employees, and the situation has now reached a crisis level. On October 9th, a 46-year-old man was shot in the head and killed. He was dead on arrival at the hospital on October 9th as a result of a dispute that occurred inside Key Cabaret. So the first reason we're moving to summarily suspend is for the violence. The second and third reasons are that Key Club Cabaret is not actually even supposed to be an adult club. The authorities never authorized Key Club Cabaret to operate as an adult entertainment establishment. It has only been licensed as a tavern and a restaurant. And the disciplinary history shows that this location has never, in fact, operated as a restaurant. It's pretended to be a restaurant. And in spite of numerous prosecutions by Counsel's office and several chances by the board to get itself into compliance, this licensee has refused to do that. So for these reasons, we're moving to summarily suspend. Counsel's office has laid out in the memo the various incidents. I won't go into them in detail. I will just mention several dates. On October 2nd, 2015, a patron was assaulted. On June 27th, a patron was robbed inside the bathroom. A patron's purse was stolen on June 20th, 2015. Of particular concern is we have a security guard who beat a patron with a 2x4. That security guard was actually arrested by the police. We have the licensee's manager, John LaCourte, who allegedly beat a dancer with a hookah and kicked her in the stomach as she lay on the ground. That case is still active. Other incidents of a stabbing of a patron in front of the location. In addition to assaultive behavior, employees are engaging in narcotic sales. Undercover detectives did hand-to-hand transactions with the licensee's bathroom attendant and the licensee's bartender. So for all these reasons, members, and because this location is a drain on the resources of the 47th Precinct, I presented to the members an affidavit from Special Operations Lieutenant Orecchio, who says that this is one of the top 3 worst locations in the precinct, and it is a drain on his resources. Because of all the extensive history of this licensee, Counsel's office admits that this license will be canceled just based on the violations of the license terms alone, but because of the public danger, we request that it be summarily suspended on an emergency basis. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
How long have they been licensed?
Since 2001.
One, yeah.
And I note from your submission that the board has fined them in the last 4 years at least $20,000 for multiple violations of the ABC law. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman. In addition, those violations also involve the fact that they weren't serving food, and they were given opportunities to submit a new menu and serve food, and they're non-bona fide. They're not operating as a restaurant.
Okay.
And the appellate division has said that we are within our rights to cancel a license just based on that violation alone.
So I'm ready to vote. Specifically, too, the authority disapproved their change in method of operation to an adult club back in March 2014, and it's clear that they've been operating, they've continued to violate that and operate as an adult club with no food. And it's evident that there's clear public health and safety and endangering the public health and safety at this time, so I vote to summarily suspend.
I vote to summarily suspend as well based on those justifications.
Thank you.
And we'll go to Buffalo, 2362, spectators.
362.
Buffalo, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We only have opposition present.
Okay.
That's easy.
Yes, my name.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Brian Burns. I'm the president of the Minnesota Avenue Block Club. Previously, about a little more than a year ago, we helped get revoked the license for the operation at this address. There was shootings, other violence, vandalism occurring. It's way down. It's, actually there haven't been shootings or violence since it's been closed. The lessor of the property also owned a building less than half a mile away, Molly's Pub. Their license was also revoked about 2 years ago. The manager murdered a patron. He's taken a plea and is now serving for that. I've spoken with the District E chief, who is opposed to a liquor license being issued for this address. 35 neighbor who's lived several houses away for 35 years is moving in no small part due to the problems that occurred at this address when it was operating. For all those reasons, we are opposed. Also, I submitted about 20 signed letters opposing approval of a license at this address.
So your point about the lessor, you mean the landlord, Mr. Miranda?
No, the owner of the building, Mr. Miranda. Yes.
Miranda. So you're saying he owned another building a little, a few blocks away?
Molly's Pub. The manager who, similar to the problem at this same property, the person on the previous license, it came out during the hearings, appeared not to have any role in the functioning of the bar. Molly's Pub, it appeared that maybe the manager, who was a convicted felon prior to becoming the manager, also may have had a role in ownership of the club. It was not certain at that time. Anyway, we have no confidence that Mr. Miranda vets his tenants at all, and so that's a major concern of ours.
So your understanding is that it's just not a coincidence that he owns two buildings that have licensees as tenants. You're saying that it's your understanding that he's involved in both businesses somehow?
Oh, not that he's involved in the businesses, just that he doesn't strictly vet whoever he's renting it out to. He just, obviously,
All
to
right.
me, it's not a
I understand. Okay.
that he has had bad tenants.
Okay. So it's hard without the applicant here with questions that I have.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions for him myself, most notably that he plans on operating a sports bar, but it appears he wants us to authorize dancing, which I haven't seen much of.
Yes.
When you score a touchdown, there's a touchdown dance, So. Well, so what do we do? We can just go ahead and vote on it? All right. Well, given the history of this location, it's been a focal point for the police, a big drain on their resources without questions being answered about how this method of operation would be any different. The way it's described, it sounds exactly the same as what was there before or very similar to, and I just can't approve at this time, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. Like I mentioned, he says he's a sports bar, but he wants to authorize dancing, DJ, and recorded music. It's clear that this is just going to be another club very similar to the one that was clearly a drain on the community previously, so I vote to deny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
2347 Orchard Park Country Club. That's a request for reconsideration.
You wanted to just give the letter of warning.
Good morning, members.
Just the wedding girl.
I don't know. Is that a new one that's? It's a new one that's. Yeah. Yeah, I was okay with that,
Yeah,
2347.
yeah. Okay.
it's the old.
Yeah, it's
Yes, it was.
request for reconsideration. It was a fight at a wedding between the bride and the groom's families, and it happened spontaneously. And and with your 70-year licensing history, where you've had no adverse history aside from this spontaneous fight, I'll grant the reconsideration.
I'll grant the reconsideration as well and approve the letter of warning.
I approve the letter of warning as well.
Thank you.
2375 Ali Rizwan. This is request for reconsideration of a licensing board disapproval.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I'm not good with this.
Good.
You're good?
No, I'm not good.
Oh, right. It's like left, right, left.
So my only question is, why didn't you tell us about the arrest?
They did tell them about the arrest. They put in a letter from the attorney as to what was going on in the case and when the next court date would happen.
Well, they
But-
didn't put it on the application.
He believes the arrest was after the application date.
Well,
Well, we have him arrested on April 28, 2015, and he submitted his personal questionnaire dated July 7th, 2015.
Could have been a mistake by my accountant.
He's indicating that it was a mistake on the application. He didn't catch that when he proofread it. It was prepared by somebody else.
Is the case over?
No, the case had a trial that was scheduled for late October. The court has moved it to December.
I can reapply after the disposition. Yeah, I mean, I think given the circumstances, and sir, I mean, if you're going to apply for a liquor license, I think you would understand why any criminal activity or history or potential criminal history is very important in revealing in a timely manner. So given the circumstances, you're going back to court in the end of December, I would vote to have you go back to court, go through the process, and then at that time you can reapply again. But for this particular reconsideration, I would vote to deny.
I vote to deny too. I recommend that you reapply once the case is over and you can give us a certificate of disposition.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thanks, Michelle. In Albany, 2359 Drake Holding.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
My name is Peter Panels, and I'm the attorney representing Drake Holdings of CNY Inc. and their application for a liquor store license.
Do we have anyone in opposition there?
no, we don't, Commissioner.
Just note that they're on the expanded agenda sheet, the cover memo, the description and method of operation were not accurate.
We're not
Any
out.
cutting and pasting.
Oh.
So just ignore that part.
They're
Yeah,
not
that's
a
why the
bartender.
bar dining
The
area,
bar
that's why I
dining
was
area
a
and the
little
liquor store was a
confused
little
about
off.
that, yeah. So it's just a liquor store?
It's a liquor
package
store.
Okay.
There are obviously, some of your competitors or potential competitors have protested. And one of them actually indicates that the building violates village building codes. How do you respond to that?
Response is that we've never heard that. We have a letter of support from the mayor in the application that we submitted last week. And as far as I know, I can ask Mr. Jock, do you know anything about the building codes?
I've actually been working directly with the code enforcement officer, Jeff Gear, who's the code enforcement officer, has been in our location 5 times now, going over where we need to do, fire extinguishers and emergency lighting and everything. He's looked at the building and the codes and said that we were fine with operating, and I believe he's actually made the changes because it's going from a doctor's office or a medical office to a mercantile. He's already filed a letter of change of not occupancy, but of use, change of use. Sorry.
Okay.
One of the opposition letters also brings up 200-foot issue, but they cite Jean Elaine School of Dance, and I don't think that qualifies for ruling on the 200-foot rule. Well, so I see that the closest store has had an increase in sales at 6.6 miles away. Understanding that this is a driving community, I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well. The close, as Commissioner Kim said, the closest store is 6.6 miles away. The other closest stores, the next 3 are all just under 7 miles away. So based on the distance, I'll approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you.
First item here, 2355, Divine Wines and Liquors.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Robert Romano. I'm here with Beverly Mitchell of Divine Wine and Liquors, LLC. We've submitted documentation indicating that this store would be replacing a premise which went out of business earlier in the year. Ms. Mitchell will be managing the premises. And I believe of the 4 closest stores, the sales figures of the closest stores have been flat. However, the store next closest is a 6,000 square foot store. I have where sales have actually, the next 2 closest stores, have gone up quite well, indicating that this store should be able to support itself and be a benefit, public convenience, and advantage.
Mr. Romano, when you say that the other store closed, wasn't the previous owner shot there?
I believe.
Would that be the reason that they went out of business?
That would
Because
do
he
it.
was shot at the location?
When was this?
It's in the letter of opposition
was-
where
that-
the
when-
neighbors say what a crime-ridden area it was and how much crime and other problems the liquor store brought to the community. And the protest letter says that the
A
previous
decade-
owner was shot.
Decade ago, the Carol's Liquor?
Right.
That one?
Yeah,
Black
actually,
Liquors.
the information that our investigators seem to have found is that the previous owner was not the cause of the problems, but actually assisted in investigating crimes that occurred in the area. Do you know why the other store closed?
There was I had a research where they the both of them was a couple, and they separated, and they went their separate way.
That was in April of this year?
Is this a bulletproof store?
No.
No,
And how big is your proposed?
840 square feet.
All right. Okay, given that it was previously licensed, 840 square feet, it's an open floor plan?
Yes.
I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well, based on the fact that it was previously licensed, and licensed for several years. Although it does appear to be a crime-ridden area, the police have indicated that the previous owner was actually, had assisted them in investigations. I would hope you would do the same should that occur, but I'll approve.
And I think the opposition also from residents nearby were concerned about cars parking in their driveway to get to your store. If you could please be considerate of your neighbors on that, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. 2291 and 2292, Manhattan Beer Distributors.
Council, is this a offer that we made, this amount? Yeah? Okay.
Is this what?
Offer that we made to the,
Oh.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for Manhattan Beer. With me is Bill Bissett, who's the Chief Strategy Officer of the company. Which one are we doing first? 91 or 92?
91.
91, okay.
Doesn't appear to be.
In this case, Manhattan Beer sold wine, I believe, on 13 dates to a customer that had a RW license. They had downgraded it to a EB license, and then a new licensee there obtained an AX license. Manhattan Beer did err in making continued sales to this location at that particular address. Manhattan Beer is a extremely large company. They do take compliance very seriously. They've been in business lots and lots and lots of years and have had a relatively clean SLA disciplinary history.
my question is, one went on for 11 months, and so what about their compliance system have they had to change because of this or any other similar types of errors?
The way we manage our licenses with our salesperson is each salesperson has a handheld computer, which contains all of the relevant license information for every account that they're responsible for.
Did they have that before this occurred, or you're saying that?
They did have, we've had it for a few years now. And so, for instance, if that salesman walks into an account and that license would have expired, then
Right, but that wouldn't prevent this because it started occurring in April 2014. And if you've already had that system in place for 2 years, I understand what the system is, but you can have a procedure in place, but if it doesn't catch the violations, then you need to update your procedures.
Well, as far as we can determine, this was just an error by an individual in the company. We monitor the state site daily.
You do audits?
Everything the state posts relative to the license, our people monitor daily. Our accounting department, any change to a license or credit status is then immediately put into our computer. And if a person, for instance, if his license would expire, then the system would prevent them from selling. If they were put on COD, then the salesman would be notified. So apparently this was just an error by an individual who should have had the thing changed in our computer. Since it did not change in our computer, our salesman was unaware of it.
So at the end of the day, the procedure comes down to single individuals on that handheld, your salespeople who have that handheld computers that even though the computer software updates that it's no longer an RW, it's an EB, you're saying that the salesperson somehow didn't recognize that change had occurred and kept selling.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened in the account. Sometimes the account doesn't necessarily take the license down. I mean, there are many things that can happen in the account. our salesmen are supposed to be responsible for making sure the license in his system is the license on the wall.
But there's nobody reviewing any of it, or just even randomly reviewing it?
I'm not sure which.
Can we take a quick conference?
I don't know how
just
you
wanna
would review what happens out in an actual account after the fact.
Well, just doing a compliance check, basically. There's nobody checking what your salesmen are doing. Either he's doing it right or he's doing it wrong. If he's doing it wrong, they're going to keep selling.
Well, we do it all the time. We have a training department, we have a compliance officer. In this case, we were not aware we were doing anything wrong until actually the State Liquor Authority brought it to our attention.
Right, that's the concern, right? Because it's been going on for, if this happened for 2 months and there was one person who made a clerical error or just a minor error, that's fine. But it's 11 months going, and it's maybe the same person continuing to make this error, and it's not being caught by whatever other checks and balances you have in place. Then to me, that says that there's a more deeper rooted system issue with your procedure. So I'd like to just take a conference quickly, please. We're back. So I think my issue is I want to see some changes in the internal control that you have. I think if you say the buck stops with the salesperson, if that person makes an error, then it's just one human error and, no biggie, cost of doing business, let's pay the fine and move on. I think what's disturbing is the 11 months and the time period of this one person or several people continuing to make this error without anyone in your office catching it. I understand you have a compliance department, and whoever is doing compliance is looking at or is in charge, in theory and maybe in practice, of overseeing all your salespeople to making sure that they're complying with all the laws. But if that's not being caught for 11 months until we come in and find the violation, that's not acceptable. So the monetary fine is, I think, fine, and I'll accept that, but I won't accept this offer until I see a different plan of how you're going to be able to make sure in the future that somebody who's making the mistake on the outside, on the road, in the front lines is going to get caught if they're making this mistake internally. Does that make sense?
I understand. Keep in mind, though, that we do over 1 million transactions a year. So, and mistakes do happen. And when we get back, I will immediately review our process and see if there's not some measures we can put into, correct.
Well, I'd like to see specifically what those measures will be after you've done your review, and I'd like it submitted to us, and when it's satisfactory, then I'll accept this monetary fine.
And I agree with Commissioner Kim, and I'll request the same thing. I mean, the bigger problem here, I think we both acknowledge it's a mistake, but the mistake went on for 9 months, and to the same location. That just doesn't, that would indicate to me there's no internal control. Somebody is instructing people what to do, but nobody's checking on them. So I'll request the same thing. I have no problem with the fine amount, but we're gonna need to see some level of movement to try to fix this problem.
How long do you think you would need to submit such a revised plan or an internal control plan?
Probably a month.
30 days?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll give you 30 days to come up with a plan. If it's satisfactory to us, then we'll take that and accept this offer.
2292 the same thing?
There's two different licenses. They have a wine and spirits and.
So is 2292 the same issue?
Same location.
Mm-hmm.
Same location. It was sales of wine product to someone who only had a AX
So that's going to be the
license.
same.
Yes. Similar,
So-
not catching something internally.
Right, and once again, I'm fine with the amount, but I'm going to need to see some level of correction.
Well, on the second case, though, the selling to an EB, selling wine products to an EB license, the state brochure indicates pretty clearly that can be done. Now, when you read the statute, it's a little different. But
There's a separate permit for that you have to apply for.
But if you read the brochure, if you rely on the brochure, if you're a retailer or you're one of our salesmen and you see that brochure, it says that an EB license can purchase wine products.
Your booklet. He's referring to the booklet that comes with the
It
license.
says they can purchase it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say that you can sell it without, it's a retailer's booklet.
Right, that's the booklet that goes to retail licensees.
Yes.
Right, but that's not instructions to you on who you can sell to.
But if our salesman walks into an account and it's an EB license, and he says, I want to buy one of your wine products, and shows him your brochure that says that he can buy them from him, then I think that.
That's your compliance program, the licensee showing your solicitor?
No, but in the real world, that happens every day. When you put out a brochure.
I get it. The real world happens, but that's why, as a company, you have to abide by the laws and put into place training programs and internal controls that prevent real-world mistakes from occurring.
But when I went down personally to investigate this particular incident.
Right.
The person in charge of our credit department pulled out your brochure.
Right.
And he showed it to me. We are in compliance because this says that an EB license.
But see, that's the problem. That was written for retailers. You're not a retailer. So you're reading a retail pamphlet that tells the retailer that they can buy a product, and you guys don't even know that you can't sell it without a permit.
No, but what it tells.
I mean, that's a problem.
But what that brochure tells us is because it identifies the licenses and says this is what each license can sell.
Right, so the
Now,
retailer can purchase wine products, but they can buy it from people who are selling. They can buy from anybody, but it's your job to only sell it with a permit. But you don't have the permit.
But when
So
you,
The retailer doesn't have the, yeah, until they have the permit. In this case, they didn't have the permit,
But-
which,
But for other people with wine products, if it's an A license, you identify it with an AX. If it's a drug license, you identify it with a DX. Why don't you identify an EV then with a
Those
DX?
are all good questions, but the problem remains that you just indicated to us that you do over 1 million transactions a year, and you have salesmen out there not understanding what they can and can't sell to people. That is not compliance. You're a huge company. We're not talking about a mom and pop operation. If you refuse to invest in compliance programs, then we're going to make you invest in them. And we're going to end it there.
but that is a good suggestion, and we'll look into maybe adding another letter that helps to distinguish. But again, that doesn't exonerate you from your responsibility of training your salespeople, not through the retail license pamphlet that we hand out to retailers for their benefit. You have to know what the rules are and get that message across to your salespeople. So we'd like to see the internal control plan in 30 days, and then we can revisit this offer. Thank you.
This will be the first one, and do you want the first one in December? Because the next 30 days is November
Okay.
17th.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
2366, Good Wine NYC.
We're going to get another one of those when that comes out again?
Another one of what?
Pamphlet? For the one we just adjourned?
Keep it. Keep it.
Keep it?
You can keep it. It's an over. It's considered an over. Save paper.
December, what's the date?
That will be, I believe, December 1st,
First, okay.
the tentative date, unless you change it on me.
All right. Oh, we have opposition. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Elke Hoffman. I represent Good Wine NYC. This is a wine store located at 327 Fifth Avenue in Park Slope, Brooklyn. Good Wine NYC purchased an existing wine store previously doing business. It was Picata e Vino in February 2015. The principals are here with me today. Heather is a sort of classically trained chef, and when they took over the store, they rebranded it and sort of focused it as a food lovers wine store where they're really focusing on pairings. Every wine in the shop has a description and food pairing. There are recommended recipes.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Before we get into that, we usually hear from the opposition first. So why don't we hear from them?
Charles Lynn for the opposition. With me today, I represent Red, White, and Bubbly, and with me is Adam Goldstein, who's one of the principals. Public convenience and advantage will not be served by converting this wine store license to a full liquor. Next to our opposition pages as Exhibit 1 is a recent decision of the full board in the Brooklyn Park Slope area for 272 Fifth Avenue. Applicant herein is 327 Fifth Avenue, just 830 feet away. In the digestive gastronomic decision dated July 21, 2014, following was stated that the proposed licensed premises would be located at 272 Fifth Avenue. Based on the authority's records, there were 17 package stores located within 0.7 of a mile of the applicant's location, and 7 of those 17 were right on Fifth Avenue, which is the street and avenue that's applicant's address. I attached as Exhibit 2 is an area survey evidencing exactly what the location of all of these stores are on 5th, 7th, and 4th Avenue, as well as a listing of the stores. It's noted that there are currently 7 stores on 5th Avenue, Applicants Avenue, 5 stores on 7th Avenue, 3 stores on 4th Avenue, with the other stores dispensed on side streets in this Park Slope area. One of the contentions that we have is that applicant really hasn't shown any specialized business model. Next to my papers as Exhibit 3 is applicant's additional submission, which was dated September 10, 2015. On the second page, applicant attempts to explain how its store will be different from the other package stores in the area. However, as I said, applicant is no different from the other stores. This is merely a explanation really as an abstract diatribe on how they're going to proceed in the operation of the store. I set forth that they show no new products are being introduced that are already readily available in the area. Good Wine states that it offers a highly curated selection of wines. The meaning of to be curated just means to select, organize, or present merchandise in a typically professional or expert manner. It's just an esoteric term. The applicant would go on to say that the vast majority of sales are on-hand sales. There's no evidence that such sales are not the Norman Park Slope stores. Hands-on is certainly the form of sales at Red, White, and Bubbly, and most, if not all, of the wine liquor stores in Park Slope, as many of them are just these small boutique stores. Applicant admits that many quality wine shops include ideas for pairing. A declaration that applicant offers better curation and customer service.
Okay, Mr. Lynn, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to here just because I'd like to actually ask a few questions of the applicant because I have your submission here and it's very clear and also you have something, you're representing an opposition? Yes.
One of the other store.
But can I first get to the applicant for question, and then I'll come back to you?
No
So,
problem.
yes,
That's okay.
thank you. And I'll come back to you if...
If there's a question.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
All right,
Thank you. Ms. Hoffman, yes. So my question is, they purchased this store in February 2015, and it was a wine store previously, correct? And at the time when you purchased it, you had the understanding that it was going to be a wine store, correct?
Yes.
Did you have plans at the time thinking that you'd add spirits to it?
Yes, that's
add
always
liquor?
been a consideration, even with
Okay.
the prior owner
Okay.
also considered it as well.
So, in July of 2015, we had denied 272 Fifth Avenue, which is right down the block.
2015?
Yes, July 2015, right? 14, I'm sorry, July 2014. Given all the reasons of concerns with oversaturation and whatnot, so, unless you can convince me somehow that, and I don't know if you looked into 272's application, they had also talked about kind of focusing on small batch wines and liquors and whatnot, and so it's only been a year. I don't think that much has changed. Population has probably increased. In the past 3 years, I see it has increased, but you have to convince me that somehow your application is that much more different than 272 Fifth Avenue to warrant an approval at this time.
Why don't you, I could, but why don't you explain sort of what your concept
I'll explain. 327's already been a wine shop. I'm not asking for a new license, so that's one thing.
Right.
The other thing is that it's not a question of me offering small batch or things that the other stores may or may not offer. I don't really want to think too much about their inventory. I'm too much worried about my own. But I do offer a level of expertise and service that I have not found in the neighborhood. I've been a 15-year resident of the neighborhood and have shopped extensively at both of my, at all of the shops in the neighborhood. I also worked at a shop in the neighborhood for many years. I very much understand what the needs are of my customer base. I am part of my customer base, and people are looking for somebody who can write a signature cocktail for them and provide the liquor, or literally curate with a menu what's going to happen for their dinner party or their event. So I really do feel that I offer something quite different than my competitors, and they offer things that I can't offer because I don't have the storage space. So I could never beat them competitively in terms of price.
Yeah, but with all,
The Digestif place, I don't know, I know something about the case, but they were very, very specific. And I have no desire to be that specific. I want to offer, I know all of my wines extensively well, and I want to be able to do that for a small selection of spirits.
And you're looking at around 50 SKUs, I think you're talking
Tops.
about.
50
the
SKUs.
Digestif case that you're talking about, we went over at great length here, and that came up on reconsideration before the members, and they went over every store, and that applicant lived in the neighborhood just as yourself and was offering the expertise, and Red, White, and Bubbly was here every time. offering, all the applicants were neighborhood people with expertise, offering the same exact thing, and that application was denied as well.
Right. My understanding, however, is that the digestive person had no industry experience, or as I've had.
That man was about an expert at this industry as you can get in that terms.
I don't think he was retail.
Also, I mean, regardless of that individual's expertise, I think what ended up happening was, partly because your store was also one of the 4 closest to theirs, we denied that application, and then in March 2015, we approved a wine store, Wine 365 Inc., at 385 4th Avenue, 0.3 miles from where your location is. And I think we approved that on the condition that it wasn't going to also be selling. Well, the proposal wasn't to sell liquor, but if it had been, it probably would have been denied or restricted to a wine store. So given those 2 circumstances together, and given that there's, I think, sufficient square footage space of alcohol sales in the recent area, at this time, I don't really see a need for another liquor license, a full liquor license at this time. So my vote's to deny.
I vote to deny as well. One, based on the fact that we did deny one in the general area just over a year ago. The area is clearly, based on the sales amounts, is being properly served by the liquor stores that are there. And I understand you do have a level of expertise, but I just don't see that as enough to add to the public convenience and advantage. So I'll deny as well.
Thank you.
2349, AFS ZM Corp.
Why don't we hear from you, Mr. Lynn, first?
Charles Lynn, I'm in opposition. I represent Wine Tea Inc. Damon Simmons Greco is with me today, and as well as, it's not my client, but the NR Amber Corp is here, and their principal is here as well. Do you want me to be tedious, or should I just go? I went over this.
Can you not be tedious?
Please.
We just have a lot of applications today, so.
No, the one thing I just want to point out, because we do have 3 stores on Franklin Avenue. They are 0.1, 0.15, and 0.2 miles. There are 4 other stores within 0.3 and 0.4 miles, so you have 7 total. The population census does show a little bit of an increase, 0.6%. That is all. We did have that approval of Wino Tea, where my client, and I didn't have the record, but she was specifically told that she had to have 80% wine, specifically because the board had determined that Public Convenience and Advantage was served with the existing stores in the area, so she was required to have that quantity in order to be approved. And the other thing is this matter with the church, which to me seems really like a subterfuge in order to be able to get this license. I mean, a last-minute change, which perhaps I'd like to go into with a little more detail, but I think maybe the other matters. But it's really disconcerting with regards to me, and maybe not the board, as to what transpired with that last-minute change by the church. In addition to that, that store, if approved, would not be open on Sundays because that's what the church wants. And I don't know whether Public Convenience and Advantage is going to be served by having the store closed on Sunday when your Saturday and Sundays are your non-work days. But can I rest now with the possibility of approaching those? Okay, thank you.
Yes. How you doing? My name is Sean McGee, and I've applied for a license to open a boutique in Wine and Spirit at 731 Franklin.
Mr. McGee, can you just put the mic on since you're so tall? Thank you.
I would like to thank Commissioner Ken, Chairman Bradley, and the SLA team members for the opportunity to present my case. Did you receive my package?
Yes, we received it.
Have you had a chance to review everything?
Yes.
I would like to say, I am very excited to offer the neighborhood a shop that will put customer convenience above all. While there are a number of discount and bulletproof shops in the area, my store will have products people can read and touch and will carry wines and liquors other stores are missing. I am not interested in the same national brands that are sold at the nearby stores. My wines will be from smaller producers, including some New York State wineries, and we plan to introduce some lesser-known products at a very competitive price point. The spirit selection will feature local small batch producers, including rye, gins, and vodkas from local distilleries. The environment will be warm, welcoming, and display the highest level of customer service. The focus will be on craft cider, wine spirits, along with hard-to-find selections that will really pique customer interest. Our staff will be knowledgeable of products and will make each store visit or sale a memorable experience. My store will not have lotto or sell mini bottles. It is my goal to create a clean, welcoming store that can educate consumers to new wines and local spirits, as well as provide easy access to specialized bottles and liquors. Consumers will be able to touch bottles and have the sense that they are trusted. The store will offer products made from the heart and very economical on the pocket. Based on a significant change in this area, the store model is definitely underserved and will offer a convenience to the public. When I reached out to the local residents in the community, the support and enthusiasm for the opening of my store was overwhelming. I've obtained over 300 signatures from local residents who are extremely excited about the prospect of my store opening. This is an area with new development and fast-growing neighborhoods. Community Board 8 stated in their 2014 report, District 8 has become the new hot destination in Brooklyn. The number of new businesses has tripled in the last 5 years, and business patronage is at an all-time high. I look forward to fitting right into the community and providing the neighborhood with a unique store that has products that cannot be found in other local stores, while also nurturing a friendly, warm, and educational environment enjoyable to all customers.
Okay, thank you. So you're going to continue your current employment in the entertainment business?
Yes,
And so who's going to manage the store?
it'll be me. See, I work mainly at nights, and sometimes I might not work for like a month. Like I've been inactive for maybe like a month and a half now, so I have the time to take on this, pursue my dreams.
So you're not going to have any employees?
No, I'm gonna have employees, yes, like 1 to 4.
And what New York wines are you talking about selling, do you know?
Yep. I'll have spirits from Wyoming whiskey, Rogue Rye from Oregon, Ola Vodka out of Washington State, Barber's Gin out of Port Chester, Black Dirt Bourbon from New York, just to name a few. And I know that these products are definitely not at the opposing stores. As far as two of the 4 that are opposing are bulletproof. We won't sell nips, we won't do lotto, I'm not doing any, we're not catering to that. And as far as Wine OT, they have a small selection of spirits, and I will provide a vast majority of spirits. And
did you meet with Pastor Green?
Yes.
Because he sent in a letter opposing, and then apparently
It's a woman.
it's a woman. I'm
yeah.
sorry, she sent in a letter opposing.
She had a misconception about what was going to be open. She thought it was another bar.
Is there someone living in that apartment now? Do you know?
Yes.
And so how did you come to decide to open up a liquor store? You don't have any experience in the industry.
It's just been a passion. I just sat down and I was thinking, my mother drinks a lot of wine, and I just started, and I just became like somewhat of an enthusiast. And then I have nothing but time. Like I have nothing but time on my hands. So I said, you know what? Let me test my entrepreneur skills.
Mr. Lin, can I just ask you a question? How many of the liquor stores you're familiar with are bulletproof on the list?
Wine Tea is not. It's an open store. The other one on Franklin is, but I was just told by Nardia Beccio from that 808 Franklin, although it is bulletproof, they do allow the customers to come in and to go through the store. If you want her to give you further information on that, it's fine, but
Wine World Inc., Love Liquor and Wines, is
I don't know.
not bulletproof?
Wine World is not bulletproof. Eastern Franklin Liquors is bulletproof, but you let them come into.
I was told by them.
And then
because I'm not-
Wino Tea
is open, yes.
Is open.
Yes.
And Amber Corp, NR Amber Corp.
That's bulletproof.
Bulletproof.
And do they all sell Lotto and small bottles?
Do you sell small bottles? Yeah. They sell small.
Why don't you come to the microphone? What store are you with?
Oh, all three of you come in.
Well, we want to talk to the woman who's here for Amber. You sell small bottles
Yeah,
and you're bulletproof?
yeah.
What's your name?
Nardi
You sell
from NAR Amber Corp.
and you sell Lotto?
No.
The only thing that I didn't include in my brief discussion is that this is Crown Heights. I did add additional items to my presentation. It is a high crime area. Just recently, with the shooting of Governor Cuomo's assistant, it came out that it was starting to be publicized that there's a lot of youth gangs in the area, and there's with extension of and drugs, and with the extension of alcohol, putting a fourth store on Franklin Avenue. I don't believe that gives a good message to the community.
How did you pick this location, sir?
I actually have a lot of family in Brooklyn. So, I just
Not Brooklyn, but how'd you pick this building?
I just did my research and I saw it was a perfect location. I see the population demographics is up. There's a lot of buildings being put up as we speak. I rode around just yesterday. I took pictures of new projects that have come, which will add to the population. I see there's an increase in sales with Wino Tea. They increased every year. The population has an increase in that neighborhood. And I disagree with what he said also. What's the purpose of a bulletproof partition if you're going to allow people to go behind it? That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
And we're not catering to that. And all the stores, they do sell small bottles, which are called nips, and I will not be carrying any of those.
No, we understand that, okay.
Did my client just give
Yes.
statement regarding sales?
I do want to say in regard to my cost and sales,
Can you just pull the mic down to you?
yes, because I'm shorter. My sales have increased, but the traffic in my store hasn't necessarily increased, like the number of bottles I'm selling. It's just that people are spending more money, not necessarily in quantity, but the cost of my goods is also going up. So it's just sort of incremental. It's not much business.
Yeah, but your sales from 13 to 14 went up over 20%, so,
I'm able to sell more products because
okay.
Yeah.
That's not all cost, correct?
not all cost.
Right.
But then Eastern Franklin has lost
Right.
a significant, well,
And I
not
didn't get
significant,
Wine
but.
World, and I didn't get the fourth store for some reason. I don't know whether it was supplied to the authority.
Eastern Wines is on the opposite side of Eastern Parkway. My location is closer to Atlantic Avenue, and I'm hoping to get the customers from Atlantic.
So I'm
Eastern Park-
assuming, that.
Eastern Parkway has a lot of foot traffic. There's all sorts of buildings being placed up. The population is going to increase.
So 808 Franklin Avenue.
And Wine World, as Commissioner.
And
Wine
Wine World
is on the
is
other side
is a
of
warehouse.
Eastern Parkway.
Yeah, Wine World is a warehouse setup. So they probably selling
World,
at
Eastern Parkway.
discount.
Right, but the other two of the three closest are on your side of Eastern Parkway, and it's on Franklin Avenue.
But mine's are closer to Atlantic, and the closest one is
Atlantic.
NRD, which is bulletproof, which I submitted the pictures, and I'm not even catering to that kind of crowd. I won't affect none of their sales. I'm not gonna sell the stuff that they sell. I'm not gonna carry it. So it's no competition.
How big is your floor space going to be?
624 feet.
And the other 620 is basement?
Yes.
Storage?
Yes.
All right, I'm ready. Given the proposed floor space of approximately 600, the 2 out of the 3 closest stores have increasing sales, significant increasing sales.
I just was shown the sales figure. I apologize for interrupting, but Wine Window has decreasing sales, so it's 2 out of 4.
Wine Window or Wine World?
Wine World, I apologize.
Wine World has increasing sales, 703,000, starting in 13. No, it was declining from 11 to 12, 12 to 13, but then starting in 13, it's slowly going back up. And so, I would say flat if it's down and up. But I'm not talking about those two. I'm talking about Amber Core, the 2 closest, 2 out of 3 closest, and Wino. And given that Amber Core is a bulletproof store, I'll vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny. I just don't see the public convenience and advantage. I know Wine OT, when they came in here, they were required to carry 80% wines based on the numbers that were there, and I believe they are carrying 80% wines. Is that correct? And while their sales have gone up, it appears to me the ones, 2 of the 4 closest are declining or flat, and there are 4 liquor stores within 0.4 miles and 3 within 0.2 miles. And I think they're being adequately served at this time.
Mine will not be a liquor store. It will be more of a boutique setting.
No, I understand. I'm going to vote to deny, though.
Thank you.
$23.57, Schmick 2.
Packed house here today.
Mr. Bookman, why don't we let Mr. Lynn, who I see sneaking up here again.
I thought I would talk first for a change and mix it up a little bit, if you don't mind. I'm gonna just hand up some additional materials. There's some petitions that we did, and I know you have this in the package, but here's some nice color versions.
That is good.
Color is good.
I'll just briefly, and then he can talk about why it's because the 2 nearest stores don't want any more competition. It's not in the public convenience and advantage. In the meantime, let me address the application. This is the applicant and his wife.
I think he just belittled Mr. Lynn's whole career in one sentence.
This is an application for a very small store with about 470 square feet of sales space on Broadway between 87th and 88th Street. This is an experienced operator. He had a liquor store with you for about 3 years, has a clean history. It'll be run as a mom and pop operation. It'll be run by mom and pop. It's a walking and mass transit community. Therefore, a few block walk is an outing. Couple Avenue blocks could be another neighborhood, as Mr. Kim knows. What we've presented to you a very detailed written presentation concerning the location of the nearest stores, concerning that the nearest store to the south of this location closed recently. That was on Broadway and 84th Street, so there is now no store between one of Mr. Lynn's opponents between 90th and 91st and 80th Street. So there's a long swath of Broadway now because the 84th Street store had closed. We see ourselves as satisfying, much of that demand. You will see that the sales, the most recent gross sales for the store, all the 4 nearest stores.
I'm just going to let Mr. Lynn go because we're going to go through this all again.
Okay.
And we have both read your submission, and it appears you're going through it again, which I'm familiar with at this point. But the map was helpful.
Since my character was imputed, the only thing that I'm going to address, because they're all the facts, I mean, the distances are there, the number of stores are there, how long they've been there. I just finally, Mr. Kim's store at 88th Broadway was previously located at 2406 Broadway on 88th and Broadway. They had been licensed at the location since approximately 1991. They purchased the business from another entity which held a license at the same site for some time prior to that. Their new location now at 90th Street is about 2 blocks from their current store, and their old locations directly across the street from where a previous applicant sought to seek their new location. The very client base which was sought at that time by my client that wanted a new store. The theory was cited, such theory was cited by the authority in its letter of disapproval, and I have that as Exhibit 4. What is both ironic and disconcerting is the fact that applicant's counsel, which was Pasetsky and Bookman, were the same attorneys that handled the Kim's 88th Broadway Inc. application for removal. We're successful with the removal, and we're successful in defeating the new liquor application, my client, 2442 Broadway Liquors, partially based upon a detailed argument that the aforesaid neighborhood was being adequately served by the current 5 stores in a 0.4-mile radius. So there was a decision by the court, by this authority. It is part of my Exhibit 4. It was addressed, public convenience and advantage, back 2 years ago. They did determine that 0.5 stores in this area, now there's 0.7, plus a new store, and I also listed all of the stores that are on Broadway. Be that as it may, instead of being 2 blocks apart, some of them are 4 blocks apart, but it certainly would appear to me that public convenience and advantage will not be served by licensed another store in this area.
What about the store that he mentioned on 84th Street that closed?
84th I didn't even mention. If you look on my schedule.
No, I understand it's not the closest, but based on his map, it does appear that south of the applicant on Broadway, there isn't a store within 4 blocks or 5 blocks.
Well, we have one on 96th Street, 79th Wine and... Oh, south, I'm sorry, you're saying north?
South.
South.
On Broadway.
North is well serviced. Let's go south.
The nearest store south on Broadway now.
So there's a large hole there is the point I'm making.
There's the 90th Street store on 88th Broadway, Inc., on my client. There's 94th Street and Broadway, which is...
I'm just talking about north. I just asked. I mean south. I'm sorry.
That's why you're getting me all into
We're talking about
Did I say north? I'm sorry. I meant south.
and I think the argument is that there is a subway station on 86th and Broadway, correct? I believe so. Yes, right?
And even if there is, I mean...
I'm just saying that
if it's Second Avenue store, which we had on a protest a few days ago, changes the whole marketplace. That subway's been there for years. It hasn't changed. Nothing has changed in this area for the...
Well, no, something did change. If a store closed on 84th, something big changed.
And the store on 88th moved to 90th, so you leave this big gap. That's what's changed.
Well, the question is whether 2 blocks and 4 blocks is a major gap.
Correct.
Correct. That's the question. And the closest one on 86, there is one between Broadway and Amsterdam on 86.
Right. Correct.
So that's the question.
That's what I usually say is the Achilles heel to the whole thing.
Basically, that's the question we have to answer.
Okay, Mr. Bookman.
That is the question. And also, I would point out, I don't know if any of these individuals here are from the 86th Street store, are you?
Yeah.
No.
All right, so we're ready to answer that question.
The nearest store did not...
You don't want to hear the answer to your question?
Sorry.
So, I think the fact that the 84th Street store closed and that the 88th Street...
Before you do that,
yeah, sure.
one question. When did that close?
You know when it closed?
That closed sometime last year.
Sometime last year.
Last year? Okay.
Recently, closed last year or very recently, and given that, I mean, the sales for the 2 closest have significantly, sale for the closest has significantly gone up, and the sales for Some of the others, including the third closest, are close to $7 million. And the fact that there's a subway station right there, and the two closest, the one that was on 88th and Broadway was removed to 90th, and the one on 84th was closed, I find that there would be significant public convenience and advantage in approving this license, and it's only 470 square feet of floor space.
I also find public convenience and advantage based on the location and the fact that the 84th Street closed. There's clearly a large area south of this applicant's location that's not being served on Broadway. And I realize there is one at 86th and Amsterdam, but the distance between Broadway and Amsterdam is a lot different than walking a north-south block in Manhattan. So I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
You want your map back?
We'll keep one, and you can take.
Yeah, they are.
2363, Zonia Food and Beverage.
Subcommittee said okay to change, but full board said no. 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. No adverse, only 2 years.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Donald Bernstein. On behalf of the licensee, with me is Sotir Zonia, who is the owner of Bia. Bia is a licensed restaurant on West 43rd Street. It's just one store in off of 9th Avenue. The application this morning is for an additional hour and a half Sunday through Wednesday, an additional 1 hour of operation Thursday through Saturday. This is an 84-seat restaurant that has been open now in a few
So
weeks.
I think we're both familiar with what you're asking for. Can you just tell me exactly what you're asking for? You want to be open until 2 a.m. every day?
Yes, so it's an extra hour and a half Sunday through Wednesday, and since we have a 1 a.m. closing from Thursday through Saturday, it's only an additional 1 hour.
Are there any, to your knowledge, any 311 complaints or anything regarding this location?
No, and what I want to highlight, even though it's in my letter, is we have never received a complaint from anyone. I've confirmed that with the Community Board Office, all the meetings at the CB committee and full board, even the few people that opposed it acknowledge that there has never been an issue, no noise, no crowding, nothing. We've attached petitions with 160 signatures, including 96 on our block, 38 people in Manhattan Plaza across the street, which was really the only opposition.
So I see, and I see that they told you to come back in 4 months, and you waited this long to come back. What, and when I say they, I mean the community board, not us. What's the reason for saying no now?
That's a good question. When we went back in 4 months, and then they said, well, that's not enough time, come back in a year. We actually had filed the application, but because they told us to come back in a year, trying to be a good neighbor, we actually withdrew that application from the authority. So we waited more than a year, we went back. Two concerns. One is some people said, well, it's mid-block, we don't want to license anything mid-block. As people on the community board said, it's not mid-block. It's one store off of 9th Avenue. Right next to it is a theater that has a liquor license. Right across the street is another restaurant. The other concern they had, again, never anything to do with the method of operation. They said, we don't want to set a precedent. We don't want other restaurants mid-block on 43rd or 44th coming back and asking for extended hours. And what a member of the Public Quality of Life Safety Committee that voted to approve this said is we can't, and they were correct, we can't decide this based upon what some other licensee may or may not ask for down the road. We have an application before us, BIA. They're entitled to our consideration. They actually said, the SLA tells us we have to take each matter on a case-by-case basis. So
Which
that
we
was,
do tell them that.
Yes, and that's why the committee voted, it was a split vote, but the committee voted to approve. So what's perplexing is...
Oh, so the alcohol committee voted to approve, but the full board voted to deny?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was it that you said was across the way, Manhattan Plaza?
Manhattan Plaza is a building across the street.
It's a residential building?
It's a residential building. We have 38 signatures on our petition from that building. We have 6 letters, including residents from that building in support. And one of the residents came to the full board, the full community board, to support it. And what she told me is that when the building opposed it, they never spoke to the tenants. It's not like they polled the tenants to find out, are you in favor of this or not? The board, people on the board just decided, we don't like the idea of having someone open till 2 a.m. across the street.
You have does it have outside seating?
No. No outdoor roof,
Open,
no
open doors or anything?
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay, no intention. You're not applying, you don't have an intention to apply for a sidewalk cafe?
No. No live music, no DJ. This is a quiet neighborhood restaurant, and even the opponents said, we've got no problem. It's a nice little place. We just don't want to set a precedent.
Is your major time around the theaters?
Yeah. Yeah, and a number of people that work at the theaters come to the restaurant, so
All right.
they get out later.
All right, so the community board had agreed to allow the applicant to come back in 4 months to increase the hours after presumably seeing their method of operation. They've had no adverse history. It's only been a couple of years, but given that there aren't any 311 records that we have before us in complaint, and given the good history, I will vote to approve those hours.
I'll vote to approve as well. I think that you're expected to comply with any deal you make with the community board, and I kind of expect that they would comply with the deal they make with you, and it's clear that there is no complaints. It's obvious that you're a good operator, and I can't understand why they said no to you when they told you to come back and why they would waste your time. So I'm going to approve the 2 a.m. closing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
2383, Citizens Art Club.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This is a disciplinary matter. The licensee is a private members club that occupies a narrow, 5-story, rather exquisite brownstone on West 14th Street. After a hearing, 2 of the charges were found not to be sustained. One was sustained relating to noise, and that is the charge that we are here controverting. The only basis for the finding was the fact that a police officer who testified said that he could hear music coming from the premises from down the block as he was driving down 14th Street. He never took a sound test. It is actually, in our view, extremely unlikely that noise could be heard from the street. It is a brownstone with 2 sets of double doors, with a
Mr.
set of double
Bernstein?
doors.
I'm sorry, but we have already litigated with you numerous times of whether a sound test is needed for a noise charge, and you've lost every time you've litigated that issue.
Well, there are cases that specifically address it. They said there either have to be complaints or there has to be an objective standard, and the cases are in my letter. Here,
The objective standard was that the police officer said that he could hear it.
That is not sufficient, and the cases that I cited in my letter are exactly on point, where police officers said they heard it, and the courts dismissed it and said, no, that cannot be a violation unless there is an objective test or there is proof that shows that there were people that were disturbed and that were complaining. The ALJ's decision is based solely upon the fact that the officer claims to have heard it.
We
My
litigated
position
this
is
with
also
Rush
that
Myers with the same ALJ.
Rush Myers had an objective test. Rush Myers had a sound meter reading.
And you challenged those readings.
I challenged it, but there was a reading. At least there was a reading. At least they had some evidence to show that that there was a reading in excess of the town code, East Hampton Town Code. Here, there is no objective, so that's quite different, and I think that that supports my argument in this case. Additionally, there are, by my count, 13 or 14 bars and clubs on that same block on 14th Street, and it is extraordinarily unlikely that, and I've attached pictures so you can really see what this place looks like. There are very narrow floors. And the ALJ also found that the officer's testimony on other issues was not credible. I don't want to get into the whole overcrowding because that was dismissed, but he wrote a summons for overcrowding, closed the club without having even visited any of the floors.
No, I think it is a bad.
And I just want to point out that the criminal summons on this charge was dismissed by the criminal court as legally insufficient, and I've attached a copy of that certificate of disposition.
So, counsel, I think it really just comes down to that legal question of the objective test standard, and if the police officer's testimony is insufficient, then we really have no choice but to dismiss. But if it's not, then you can sustain the charge.
I've cited 2 cases on page 2 of my letter. One from 2002, one from 2008 in the First Department with this precise issue. In one, the police officer claimed to have heard music approximately 30 feet from the open door of the petitioner's nightclub. The court said there's no objective proof as to how loud the music was. There were no complaints from area residents, and it was dismissed.
I mean, that's the key thing that I find is that there's no complaints. I do have a problem with him driving down the street and saying that he heard it from a quarter block away when there are other bars there. I don't know that I agree with your test entirely. I don't know that I disagree with Council Flug that we need to have a noise meter on every case, but obviously it would be helpful on this one.
So given those circumstances, I'll dismiss charges 1, 2, and 3.
I'll agree with that.
Thank you.
(2334) through 2339, 215 Bar.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. With me is Bob Fluette, who is one of the owners. This is a conditional no contest plea. The premises have a number of violations. I think that there are 6 cases. Mr. Fluette and his partner owns 2 other establishments that he's operated for a number of years without any incident. So it's been sort of unfortunate that this place has experienced a number of problems.
Where are the other 2 places?
They are Boxers. One is on 20th
Street
and 6th Avenue, and the other is 50th and 9th in Hell's Kitchen. They've operated for a number of years without any incident. Bob can tell you, but they have gone through a number of security companies. Security is hired to prevent underage drinking, to check IDs. They failed to do that. They were fired. They were replaced. The same thing happened again. We tried to be very proactive here, and what we did is we contacted the Police Department Legal Bureau back in the spring. We didn't want to wait for a nuisance abatement action. We wanted to come up with measures that we could undertake in collaboration with the NYPD to try to stop this from happening. And we entered into an agreement, which I attached to my letter, that imposes a number of rather severe restrictions as well as penalties.
I've read the letter. I do have, well, I have some questions. Are you here every night?
I'm not. I'm there during the day. This is a happy hour location, in all honesty. So most of these violations came in at 11 o'clock at night. So I was not there.
So you've been licensed, or this location's been licensed since 2013. Other than a dancing violation in 2000, it seems like pretty much since February of this year, it just went off the rails entirely.
What happened was we had a general manager who was running it for us at night, and we did have, it's a happy hour place in all honesty. From Monday through Friday, we're right in the corporate area of the Garment District. So from 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock is really our business hour. What happened here is we did have somebody one night get hurt. We called the police, they came in, and they took him out. And then from that point, nothing at the police, they were actually very nice to us. They said, look, we're going to be checking for underage drinking. I'm like, well, we don't, that's fine, no problem. So at the time, we told all our bartenders, look, you've got to make sure you're proofing, because everybody there is 25 to 60.
Well, it's not just, but it's not, oh, so you're saying, but it's not just the underage sales. I mean, you have cabaret, unlicensed cabaret, you have failure to comply, again, unlicensed cabaret.
Yeah, in all due respect, when they come in, this is what happened. They came in, they got us for an underage, because the bartender served. When they did that, they also said, okay, I see somebody, we're not dance floor set up. They see people, as we went through one of the testimonies with us, was wiggling or something, so they wrote us up for that. So this is what ended up happening.
Wiggling, they said they jumped on the bar and they were dancing in their boxer briefs. That's a little bit more than wiggling, okay?
I may have gotten one of those wrong, but that was a Saturday.
3 males attired only in boxer briefs leap onto the bar and perform as entertainers by dancing for several minutes.
That happened on a Saturday, I apologize, that happened on a Saturday night event that we had, and those were actually hired staff to do that, which is allowed, as I'm told I'm allowed to do that. The other, but all the underage that we're dealing with, which has really upset us, were really at 11 o'clock on a Thursday night. And so after the first one, we hired a security company. I watched the videotape, the security guy speaks to the people, and for some reason he lets them in. We fired that security company, hired another security company, like we're good. We've doubled the security. And it happened again. Since then, that's when we sat with the police department and said, look, what can we do? We want to stay open. We want to be able to serve a happy hour nights there. What do we do? And they've come in and they gave us some guidelines from scanners, from everything to make sure this doesn't happen again. Because it's really not something we've ever been through, in all honesty. You've seen that. This location or other location. So we were really, really overwhelmed with it. So we did everything the police.
Are you there now every night?
I'm there, between me and my partner, we're there every night to a certain hour. I don't close the place at night.
Right,
Yes,
right.
we had to stop this. And there are, if you walk in now, there's 2 security guards at 5 o'clock with 12 patrons in the bar, sitting, taking security. We won't even allow
Okay.
one anymore in case he goes to the bathroom.
One important point, just so you know, the business is under contract to be sold.
Well, I saw that too.
Yeah,
And
so-
is it still planning to be sold?
Yes, the buyer's application for a temporary permit was just approved. As soon as we get the landlord's consent, we will close on the transaction. So effectively, this licensee, within the next probably 30 days, will no longer be operating in any event. So that's where we've
Is
offered
that
a
coming
fine.
before us?
No,
Or
that
is
was
gonna
a,
be
Wouldn't on a normal basis.
Can you make it come before us?
it was approved by the community board. The buyer is an operator with many licenses with
So
a
you know they
excellent
will be
history.
operating off of a temporary.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's too stressful, that's why I'm sorry.
Oh, it might be that 3's too many to maintain and control properly. So I have a counter at 15,000.
I'll accept 15. It
Okay.
really, I mean, normally, if you didn't come in here and give the store you gave me, I probably would be canceling it.
Same here.
And I don't,
And that you have 2 other establishments under the same name that aren't going through these problems, that's what I don't understand. But, so I'll counter at 15.
Okay, we'll accept that. Thank you.
Okay.
$2333, it's a draft advisory for the year-end retailer inventory replenishment.
Kevin Dano for Empire Merchants and Empire Merchants North. I don't believe there's any opposition to this. It has been,
Except you, or you?
I'm not in opposition.
Oh, good.
I am the proponent. This has been done by the administration and the SLA every year that I have been involved in alcoholic beverage law, and I have records going back way before that showing that the administration and the SLA have done this virtually every year. We can go back. It allows the retailers an opportunity to find out what happened in their year end and to buy in, so because at year end the prices go up dramatically, it gives the retailers a real opportunity to make sure that they have their inventory clear at the year end. It also allows, this year less than other years, but it also allows a little bit of break in traffic for year end, but this year it comes out on a Wednesday, so it's not an important issue.
Are Mr. Eber and Mr. Hassan here in support as well?
They are here in support as well.
Okay. I approve.
I approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good day.
2311 and 2312, Home Run KTV.
Good morning, Francis Buscemi for the licensee. This is after hearing, it's 2 cases were combined. In case 105-186, charge 1 was sustained for the trade name violation. In the other case, 102-164, one of the charges was sustained for video game display machine being on the premises. I just want to point out concerning the machine, the licensee promptly sent a letter to the State Liquor Authority and advising them that they removed, that the machine was removed. He didn't realize at the time that that was not permissible to have on the premises.
Okay. I have charges 2 in the first proceeding, charge 1 in the second proceeding dismissed. Sustained charges 1 in the first proceeding, 2 in the second proceeding, and a fine of $4,000.
I'll agree with that, $4,000.
Have a good day.
You too.
2351, Big Apple Liquor Corp.
It's still good morning.
Morning.
Jerome Sussman for the applicant.
Is the applicant here?
The applicant is here, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, we're going to let Mr. Levy go anyway.
And I owe you a speaking opportunity.
Good morning. Joseph Levy here on behalf of SJ Discount Liquor Corp., a liquor store located at 1763 University Avenue. approximately 830 feet away from the proposed store location on the same street. As far as we can tell, it doesn't appear as though the proposed new liquor store will be bringing anything new to the neighborhood, nor does it appear as though the neighborhood needs, let alone could support another store. All 4 of the closest stores have very modest, steadily declining sales, and are all small footprints, all under 1,000 square feet except one, which is approximately 1,000 square feet. Additionally, the 2 closest stores are under 1,000 feet away from the proposed location, and one of which is actually on the same block, which is the client that I represent. For a neighborhood that's not growing significantly with no new developments of note that we could find nearby, it really doesn't seem like a new liquor store is needed. This is a neighborhood with historically high crime rates, high unemployment rates, below average household income, and generally lacking in new development projects. The 4 stores nearby are adequately servicing the community, and I believe an argument could even potentially be made that they're over-serving the community. If you look at the gross numbers and the fact that the sales are steadily declining for the last number of years, that supports that position that a new store here probably does not fit. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Springer for F&M Wines and Liquors, Inc. With me is Thaddeus Equaya, the owner. I'll be brief, as Mr. Levy covered most of it. F&M is the closest store, so it's under 800 feet. The 3rd closest store, HB Wines, I represented them. They just opened last year. I think they should be given a chance to grow. My client sales dropped.
They've been around since 1994.
HB Wines?
Which one are you talking about? Oh, HB Wines. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
4th closest, not the 3rd. We have them as the 4th. Okay.
Okay. They just reopened recently. I think should be get a chance to grow. My client sales at F&M dropped significantly from 506 in 2012 to 388 in 2014. We don't think this area could sustain another liquor store. He's on the edge right now. This might just put him over the top.
Is he bulletproof?
Yes, he is.
They're all bulletproof? Okay.
Is the new store bulletproof?
No?
New store is open.
New store is open. Okay. Is your client here?
She apparently is in the
Oh,
bathroom.
here she
Here
comes.
she is.
Okay. So, Mr. Sussman, I've got a quick question. So I see here that the source of funds, the loan comes from a friend named Guo-Ching Lin.
Yes.
Is that Mr. or Miss Lin?
Current employer.
Yeah, her current employer from
No,
Lin
it's
Liquor
not.
Store?
No,
No. Okay.
no, not at all. I have some map and some material here that might be interesting to the members. We have here, first of all, obviously our store is open, and we intend to stock a full line of wines and make them available to the public so that they have the opportunity to browse. Now, in that map that I've submitted, I have 2 circles. One is 500 foot and the other is 1,000 feet. And we have in a 1/10 of a mile, the population is 9,500 people. Within 2/10 of a mile, which is the second circle, we have 36,000 people.
Mr. Sussman?
Now,
Mr.
I've
Sussman?
submitted pictures
Mr.
of.
Sussman, council has a question for you.
Your client lives in Brooklyn. How did she
I
select?
don't hear you.
Your client lives in Brooklyn. How did she select this Bronx location?
How did you select this location? How did you determine that this was a good location? Basically, from what I was told when I first interviewed her, the buildings all around her are multi-story buildings. There are literally thousands of people living right across the street from her.
But what drove your client to this area of the Bronx? There's a whole city, a whole state, any place that she could open a business. What is it about this location? And were there other locations that she looked at, or just this location in the Bronx?
Do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, are you asking about Lynn's Liquor?
Yeah.
How did you
Watch this
decide
question.
on this particular location? You have
1803
family in
White
that
Plains
area?
Road. How far is that from this proposed space?
Do you understand what I'm saying? We have,
And can you put that gentleman's name on the record, please?
this is the lender.
Well, can you just put it on the record? Because I have some questions for him, too.
Yes, my name is Ling. Last name, I'm her friend.
Yeah, your name is Guo Qing Ling?
Yes, I'm her.
So are you related to Guo Haolin?
Haoling? Yeah,
That's your brother?
Yeah, my brother.
That's what I thought.
So how did your
I think we
friend
know
here?
Ask her how she decided on this location.
呢個最我係記最點樣做嘛？佢最大嘛，我標啲嘅啦，除一啦，佢最除一啦，你話你，你只個嘛。
Too much building.
She said a lot of buildings around and around this area. That's why she picked the location.
So that's why you picked the Bronx.
The Bronx, yeah.
That's why she picked it, or the fact that she works for your brother in a liquor store about 3.9 miles away, and then somebody helped advise her to find this location?
Yeah, she worked in the Ling liquor store like for the like since February, right? And then
Since this February?
Yeah, since February, and then after, and then she.
Then you lent her $100,000
Yeah,
to open this new store
Yes.
that she just happened to find, living in Brooklyn, 4 miles away from your brother's store where she works, right?
Yeah.
That's the story? Okay.
What do you do?
Me? I'm just visiting here.
You just what?
Visiting?
Visiting. He's
Yeah,
visiting.
visiting.
From where? Canada?
Yeah, I'm from Canada.
And you have no interest in your brother's liquor store or this store?
No, I'm no.
How long have you known her?
I heard the 2 years.
So you knew her before she started working for your brother?
No, just this year.
Then that's not 2 years, right?
For 2 years, so you know if it
All right,
does.
I'm ready. Oh, 2015.
2 years I knew her.
Oh, but then, so you got her a job with your brother?
Yeah. Yes.
You find her a job with your brother?
Yeah.
What's the interest rate she's giving you on the loan? How is she going to pay back the loan? What's the interest rate
I think very rough. The 5%.
per year? All right, ready?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a proposed location here where the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the 5 closest, or 4 out of 5 closest for which we have numbers have decreasing sales, and within half a mile we have I'm just doing the math here quickly. Over 3,000 square foot of space that's selling, and I just don't see any added convenience and advantage by adding a store at this time at this location, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. The sales in all of the stores are decreasing, some of them substantially.
Excuse me, can I finish my presentation?
Sure.
Thank you. As I submitted to you, there are photos of these buildings right across the street from us. There are 9,500 people within a 500-foot radius.
But
And those are
also
buying
within the
alcohol.
500-foot radius is a highway. Correct?
Incorrect.
Well, a major avenue.
We're on a major avenue. That's University Avenue.
But you still, it's great that there's a lot of people there, but how are you going to tell me that the other stores are not serving the current population?
My personal opinion is that because they're bulletproof, the people that are in those buildings don't have the opportunity to actually go in and shop and pick out an item that they might want to purchase. We intend to have a full line of wines.
So you think people aren't drinking in that community because they can't see the alcohol?
No, I think that people are still drinking, but they're going elsewhere because they have to go elsewhere to be able to see what they might want.
And where do you think they're going if they're not going within, there's 5 stores
I
within
cannot
0.6 miles?
answer that question because I don't know.
I see.
But from a practical point of view, if you can see a product, you're more likely to buy it than if you can't see it.
That may be true, but you have 4 stores here that we have records on that are all declining substantially, and we have one store that was just issued in 2015, which has been a package store since '94, that we have no records on. That's within a half mile. You have 5 stores. None of them are doing major sales.
You know, the third store that you have, the new store that just opened, now you talk about facing a major thoroughfare. That store is across the street from the Major Deegan Expressway. I can't see anybody wanting to open up a store in a location like that.
Except these people who did.
Well, obviously they did, but
Did you do that application?
They're serving. I don't know what community they're serving because.
Well, we're not here to talk about them. I mean, and I don't even have numbers on them, but the 4 stores we have numbers on are all struggling.
Well, that was one of the stores you have numbers on.
He's talking about H&B wines. He calls it the third closest. It's the fourth closest.
I'm looking at
our
third is another one.
But yeah, our 4th closest was issued in February 2014.
Again,
I just don't see the public convenience and advantage in this neighborhood. So I'm voting to deny.
36,000 people within two-tenths of a mile, 1,000 feet, which is within walking distance of this place. You've got a lot of people that can shop and buy.
But they're not buying alcohol, and you have a declining population according to the numbers you submitted here. It's minus 2.5%, and we both voted, so thank you.
Again, this is an open store, as opposed to the.
And we've taken that into consideration, and that was the only reason why we kept listening to everything else you've said.
That was the only thing that made this close, was that it was open. If it was bulletproof, we wouldn't even have let you do any presentation. There just doesn't seem to be a need there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2301 PK Wines and Liquors.
I signed in for another one.
I'll get it over to them.
Jackie.
Oops, did I throw that out? Probably just checked it with the other one. Sorry about
You
that.
already have the application.
Yes, I got it.
For another
2288.
Yes,
Emily
that's
Wines, you're on deck.
Okay.
That was way too much baseball.
Oh, you're not 301?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Members, I'd first like to explain
2288
the
is a
status
default.
of the license in this case. It's been operating under SAPA because when the renewal was filed, there's been continued pending prosecution revocations. This was a default. The members are here to simply impose a penalty, which counsel's office suggests be cancellation.
My only problem with, and this is a question to you, Jackie, is the memo indicates that the blood alcohol content of the underage people was 0.78 and 0.65. I believe you'd be dead.
I believe these are Alka-Seltzer readings. These aren't intoxilizer readings. It says that
Okay.
it's the handheld, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I have spoken to Mr. Gee up in Albany on many times with respect to this licensee who I've represented since they were licensed. In each instance, after the first violation, he has sent me copies of notices of pleading. I did not get a copy. In addition, when this situation arose, my client called me and said we had an arrest. And I, at that time, interviewed the mother of these 2 people. So I can't understand how there could be a default because I don't believe that
Mr. Sussman, it was
client ever
mailed
got
in the
the paperwork.
usual, it was mailed in the usual standard manner, and we have no indication to believe that your client didn't receive it. We would be under no obligation to notify you personally when we don't have a notice of appearance for you for this case.
I understand that. Do you, was there a receipt by the licensee here? Again, all I ask for is the opportunity to try this case. I believe I have a meritorious defense.
During December unclaimed.
Counsel?
I'm looking to see if there was a receipt. It was,
Show just shows unclaimed.
no, yeah.
So your meritorious defense is going to explain why two 14 and 15-year-olds were sitting there drunk?
Can I tell you the
No,
the
no, I'm just
information I
asking, is
have?
that part of your meritorious defense? Because if it's not,
That these two children were not, had consumed any alcoholic beverages.
at the
The
license.
police officer tested these children 4 times before he came up with a reading. Now, he tested
no, I
them,
don't
he
want you
was
to try it. I
ordered,
just
he
wanna
was
know if
ordered
it
by a
was part of-
superior to keep
My
testing.
question was, is that part of your meritorious defense? And obviously, the answer is yes, it is. That's all I wanted to know. For now, because we're not going to try it here unless.
Fine. Again,
Council's
I would
recommendation is
I would
that the
ask for the
license be canceled.
opportunity
License be canceled?
to try this.
Okay, well, if we are going to cancel it, then I will hear what you're going to say about the 5th time. So they tested the 14 and 15-year-olds twice, 4 times?
4 times.
Okay. And?
The first 3 times, first time, they found no alcohol.
Have you had an interview with the police officers in this matter? Is that the basis of your information that you're stating right now?
I'm stating it based on the fact that the mother of these 2 children was standing with the children when they were tested. She witnessed this. She,
And you keep talking about that and that one issue, and there's another issue here that seems to be neglected, the disorderly premises assault. And given the history of this place, that to me would be enough.
I have not seen a notice of pleading. The information I got was the fact
Your
that these 2.
client has.
I don't hear you.
Your client has, and it's your client's license, not your license.
I understand that. The client has brought me everything that she's ever gotten from the police department or the state liquor authority.
Is your client here today?
She's not here today. I was not able to reach her. I got this information late Thursday when before I left the office. I couldn't reach her yesterday when I was in.
You know,
I don't work on Fridays.
If the history were different, then I think I'd be more inclined to give more weight to allow you to put on your meritorious defense. But given the fact that it's a no contest default, there was no response till now. As the chairman said, the assault in itself would be enough for me to cancel and bond. But what's more disturbing is thereafter for me, the 2 underage 14 and 15-year-olds being on premise with those high alcohol contents. I understand what you're saying is that the first 3 readings might not have been clear enough. I liken it to taking the temperature of my daughter if she has a fever, and I'll do it and I'll swipe it, and it might not come out with a sufficient enough reading, inaccurate reading, because that's how these handheld devices often are. But at some point, if it's not 0.78 or 0.65 or some high alcohol content, it's not going to give you that reading. Is my stance on this, and that in itself.
I would like the opportunity to have that police officer testify as to what he did.
There
what
was an
his instructions
opportunity.
were
There was an
to the superior.
opportunity, you
Client failed to
defaulted,
respond to
and
notice of
I voted
pleading.
to cancel and bond.
There has to be a level where these licensees have a responsibility. This was delivered to the licensed premises. It was delivered to her house. The fact that she didn't bring it to you is not your problem, and it's not mine either. So based on the fact that, and I'm going to go through some of the history here since 2013. Refusal to appear testify on 3/12/13. Failure to comply unlicensed security guard on 10/17/2012. Disorderly premises altercation and assault 2012. We imposed a 10-day suspension in 2014. It was a focal point of police activity in 2013 when we fined them $3,500. Now we have a disorderly premises again in June of this year and a failure to supervise in July of this year. I'm voting to cancel and bond. No bond available, so cancel.
Cancel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we did that one. Was it you, 2301 PK Wines? Okay. It's 2301.
John Springer for the applicant. With me is Pavit Lamba, the principal. I believe we have opposition here. Perhaps you'd like to hear from them first?
Yes, sure.
Okay, good afternoon. I want to start off with a question. As far as notification of this hearing is concerned, don't you normally send out something in the mail that there is a hearing?
Only if we receive a protest letter from you.
Okay, so you did receive a protest letter from me, and I never received a notification. I actually only
Which
found
store do you represent?
FM Spirits.
Spirit Locker. We do send, if you've left an email address on
Yeah,
account with
there
us.
was an email sent to Spirit Locker
Is that you?
at Optaline.
That's me, but this is my computer right here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we do everything electronically. If we can.
If it came back, we would send it through regular mail, but.
Electronically challenged, but, I'll continue on. So
How'd you get here? No, I mean, if you
By
didn't get the
train.
letter, how'd you know it was on?
What happened was, to be quite honest with you, I got a phone call from an anonymous caller who said to me, are you going to the hearing? You got to stop these guys because they're involved in other stores and they don't necessarily abide by the laws of the state. I'm like,
Okay.
what are you talking about? And he said to me, well, the hearing's Tuesday. You didn't know it? I said, no, I didn't know.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you have my letter of protest. I mean, I'm a full-service liquor store. I believe I satisfy the community as well as I possibly can. My annual sales have been flat the last 5 years, with the exception of a slight increase last year because the liquor store on 347 went out of business, closed for a number of months, and now he has that store is reopened under a different name. You have previously denied an application in 2014 for Aquavitae Liquors.
We have it as licensed.
We approved it.
Okay, now, he's the one who bought that 347 store. He was trying to license another store on Route 111. You guys denied it. So
We have his
what-
address as 597 Wisconsin Highway.
That's correct. So what he wound up doing was just buying, he waited till one of the stores went out of business, and he bought it, and he's actually struggling there himself right now.
So prior to that, you're saying under the same name, he applied for another location and we
Yes.
denied it?
Exactly.
We don't have that.
Okay, we don't have that, but.
Well, I actually don't have it with me, but I could have brought the letter with me. But in any event, you also recently denied a letter, an application on Terry Road. That was within the last 60 days.
Do you know the
I
number?
don't have the name on that one. The fellow at 347 supplied me with that information. He didn't give me a name, though.
Smithtown Liquors.
Was it Smithtown?
5 miles away.
Smithtown Liquor.
No, it's not 5 miles, but in any event.
How far is it?
It's about 3 miles. It is about
3 miles?
Yeah. Also, using your maps, I found that there are 10 stores already within a 2-mile radius of the proposed location. 4 of the closest stores are mom-pop stores, myself included, and 3 of those are on COD right now, which means that they're struggling to pay their bills. That's basically it. I don't believe in adding another store would.
How long have you been in business?
I've been there 19 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Smithtown Liquors, can you? Yeah.
Just about everything he said was wrong. And in my submission, I
Well,
pointed out,
he said that the stores are, that his sales went down or are flat. That's not wrong, is it?
yes, it is wrong. He went from, in his letter, he said no increase in annual sales the last 5 years. He went from, he increased every year for the last 5 years, rising from 940,000 in 2011 to 995,000 in 2014. That was wrong. He said they denied Aquavita's application number 1281575. That was wrong. Aquavita is 5 miles away. I'm sorry, 3 miles away from my client's.
We have it at 2.6 miles away.
Well,
Where is he located? 597 Wisconsin Highway?
Yes. Yeah, he's way up on Wisconsin Highway. He's not close to the store.
Well, it's a driving community. It's the fifth closest at 2.6 miles away, so
Okay,
I don't, I mean, we
it's
can
a good
argue about
distance.
that.
This is a heavily populated part of Suffolk County. He says that there's 10 stores in the Hauppauge area. However, the stores that he provided include stores in Central Islip, Smithtown, and Islandia, which are in the town of Islip, which are not that close. The closest store, which hasn't protested, is 0.8 miles away. They're in a...
Where are you getting your distances?
As I said in my submission, Bing has it as 0.6, as 0.9. Google has it as 0.6. They're giving different numbers. I drove it. It's 0.8 miles from my odometer. We're almost forced to go with odometer now because...
Just rely on Google as an advisory.
Well, we always did Bing, and Bing and Google. Okay. In any event.
As long as I just want to know how far.
Yeah, let's just use Google.
Okay, well, my odometer says it's 0.8 miles.
Okay.
Anyway, they're in a rundown shopping, looking strip shopping center with no grocery store, no anchor store, and their sales still increased. FM Spirits, I'll leave it to you to what you believe the mileage should be. My car says.
What does yours car say?
1.3.
Okay.
It's on the other side of Veterans Highway in a large shopping center. That Warbaum's is not closing. That Warbaum's is being sold. All those stores are being sold off. I do a lot of supermarket work, and they tend to sell in bulk. This one may not have sold yet, but that store is not going to remain vacant for very long. It's not vacant now. The applicant's store is only 1,600 square feet. The applicant's a lifelong resident of the town of Smithtown. His brother owns a liquor store in Kings Park that he's not involved with at all. I'm not sure, that...
Does he ever work there?
No. That statement at the beginning of the opposition, that came way out of left field and, without substantiation, I think is from an anonymous phone call. I don't think you should really rely on that. And you can ask the applicant about his history and his cell phone stores and why he filed.
So why, I'll ask him, why the liquor business?
Ask him.
So personally, let me just get into my background. I, very young age, started working. I went to high school, graduated with a BBA in accounting, did my master's in management. I opened up a cell phone store about 3.5, 4 years ago. Made it so I was very successful. I've been recognized by the carrier. It's AT&T. It's a very big carrier, and we have been very profitable. And I'm trying to change and shift my business now. I'm in contract to sell the store, and I'm trying to focus my whole entire business on this aspect. I know how to run a business. Our applicant, over my opposition here, has been in business for over 20 years. I would like to see how much he's actually reinvested into his business, because I went to...
But the information I want from you is why the liquor business?
So I've researched a lot of different businesses. I went from solar panels to architecture to real estate, and now the liquor business. The liquor business is actually one of the most least volatile businesses during any recession or any type of...
Are you expecting a recession?
No, I'm not, but I'm looking at it as a long-term investment, and it is one of the least volatile businesses, in terms of investment, ROI. I didn't see any other business that really was intriguing me that much. And I mean, if I could have my opposition, I would like to ask him if he could...
Well, he's not the only issue here, your opposition. He just obviously has a right to speak, but he's not the only issue we have to deal with.
So
I wouldn't focus on him too much.
Okay.
He's also got a great interest in the Hauppauge Industrial Park with 55,000 employees nearby. It's a huge area. People driving Veterans Highway, Wisconsin Highway, that whole corridor there, it's heavily congested. I submitted article from Long Island Press about the new zoning district for that industrial park, and I highlighted some parts that, about the unemployment rate being down, and everybody's pro-growth there, and they seem very optimistic about it, and the applicant's very optimistic about it. He's got a foot in the door with a medium to small size store. It's only 600 square feet.
That was my next question. It says 1,200, but 600 will be retail?
How much of it is retail?
It's about, from the front to where the retail space would be, about like 675, between 675 and 700 square feet. The rest
So let me ask you, so your brother, you said, owns a license? Package license?
Yes.
So do you have other people who live with you that also own licenses, or do you
No.
live with your brother?
Yes, that's part of our culture.
Okay, so you live with your brother. Is there anyone else you live with that, or has your address, shares your address, that owns a license?
No.
His father applied for a license, but was disapproved.
Your father applied for a license for where was the venue?
Middle Country Road and Lake Grove,
Lake Grove?
not all that close.
Okay.
The sales are good, I believe the distances are good. Closest store hasn't protested. A lot of the things that the protesters here said were inaccurate.
Well, I don't assume because someone hasn't protested that they're approving.
I understand that.
There could be several reasons that they're not here, that we don't know. We did just issue one in 2013. Is that your information as well? That's about a mile, 1.1 away?
Which one is that?
Sandy's Wine and Liquor?
Sandy, I had that as 1.3 or 4 miles. I don't know their history date.
It was issued in
They're in a,
2013.
I'm starting to see the pattern. Your car is always 0.2 miles more than our Google numbers. I'm just saying, that's your car.
I never used to do the adoptions. I always went by big maps and they were always accurate.
Oh.
And I'm now using Google. Google's.
No, yeah, they're all off. I don't disagree with
I
you.
don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, observation.
Sandy's sales are very low. I would question that. I looked at the picture of their shopping center, and I encouraged the applicant to go over there. He went in there, he said it was kind of.
It absolutely stunk. Like, they need some Febreze.
Their sales should be a lot higher, given the amenities in that shopping center. I would question their numbers. I don't know how a liquor store can stay in business with the numbers that low. The Sconset Highway in that area was undergoing some renovations, which have since been completed, so their numbers should creep up. I partially attribute some of their numbers to that. They're on a different street in another strip shopping center with ample parking.
It's a new center.
They should be doing a lot better where they are. And I don't think that's necessarily because of the marketplace, because if you look at F&M's increasing sales and Top Shelf's increasing sales, that's pretty indicative of what we expect to happen. He's going to be geared towards this industrial park, as I said. He's purchasing an engraver for custom engraving for the holiday season. These corporations give out a lot of liquor as gifts, and he's going to customize it. I don't know if you can speak to that.
Yeah. So part of my business plan, it includes purchasing an engraving machine that allows us to customize and engrave into each wine and liquor bottle. It's from Vision Engraving Systems. If you want to research that, you may.
Is that permitted?
Well, the wholesalers and the manufacturers do that the holiday times. They go to the package stores and they perform that service at a lot of the package stores.
We would be having the machine like on site though, like right physically there. They pick the bottle, we engrave it for them on site. There's no need. That's the difference between the extra 300-400 square feet. We're going to be putting a machine in the back of the store for this specific purpose to cater to the Hot Dog Industrial Association. We also have, I will be personally doing the deliveries to cater to the needs of the community. And really, honestly, I mean, if you look at some of these stores, they have cockroaches in them, dead cockroaches outside laying around. One store had, you said about the Aquavita. I went to a store the other day and I have pictures, and there's a baby crib in the back, like, of the sales floor. So There's toys everywhere. You
The
can.
store was closed when we went there. Wasn't there a sign on the door? that-
There was a sign on the store when we went together, and then when I went later on, there's dead cockroaches, and he's got a baby crib sitting behind him.
Yeah.
I went to actually my opposition store last night. It's reeks of cigarette smoke, and even the employee was actually smoking outside. He can check his cameras.
This is Aqua Vita you're talking about?
Oh, no, I'm talking about FM.
Is something wrong with somebody smoking outside?
No, just the inside of the store just reeks of cigarettes. I'm just saying.
Mr. Springer, maps like this doesn't help us at all with trying to figure out where the proposed location is.
Okay.
That's what we're waiting for. I'm trying to find out where in relation to the proposed store, how the map looks for the 4 closest. Usually it's
This one might
submitted
be
in a
better. I
matter.
think it's the way they scan.
Well, if you have it, I mean, it's just impossible to.
It's because of how they scan.
Here, A, B, now it's more clear, C, and D. Well, now they look much closer. I was looking at B is on the other side of the highway. Just a mile away. Phase it out.
Is it on the other side? I can't tell.
Yeah, because.
Oh, 'cause of the address, yeah, right.
See, but it's kind of like bottled in. It's okay, you don't have to do it, we have it now. So, thank you.
454, 2-lane highway,
Yes.
meaning one lane each direction?
No, 2 lanes in each direction.
3.
3?
They just changed. They increased it. They did the construction on it.
So it's a major.
Yes.
It's where Northern Parkway ends. It turns into 454 and 347. It's a major highway.
Okay.
Borderline.
The county seat is very close by. They must have 12,000 employees that work for Suffolk County government. The court systems is right up the road.
So the question I have is, you indicated you studied all these other businesses. Your father wanted to go in the liquor store business and apparently couldn't do it, and your brother is in the liquor store business.
And you all have the same address.
Yes.
So this wasn't, this just came to you as well as the solar and the real estate and the architecture?
So I do take into consideration everybody's opinion, and I do respect my elders a lot, as it is in our culture to do so. So based on the respect, and I asked him, I said, what is your take on a real estate business, buying and flipping houses, going to auctions? You know, what would you think about that for me? Like if I was to do something like that? And they said, it's not that, it's a very volatile business. And then I did more research. I went to architecture. I've always loved doing it. It's not like I haven't had a passion for it. So ever since I was a little kid, I do it. But the thing is, it's all volatile. I'm trying to keep in a steady flow of business for myself, and I'm trying to stay on a path that's going to lead and get my ROI back as soon as possible, and not have such a substantial amount of risk. I mean, I've done I did my master's in management. I did a BBA. I could take a CPA test if I had to, and I know you're an accountant. I've read, about you.
Was,
sorry.
I don't know what I am right now.
Yeah, you're in the liquor industry now.
Yeah.
I was a Pulitzer Prize-winning news reporter, and then I owned a bar, and now I'm in the liquor industry. People.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
And I mean, I'm personally just going to want to cater to the needs of the Hauppauge Industrial Association. There's over 55,000 employees working there, 1,300 businesses. I'm going to be there all the time. I'm going to be making deliveries.
Do you live with your father and your brother? I know you live with your brothers. Your father lived there as well?
It's part of our culture.
I just asked a question. You don't need to explain it.
So if you go off Veterans Highway, and then you go onto Wisconsin Highway, is Aqua Vitae in the same direction?
Aqua Vitae is to the east and north on Wisconsin Highway.
East to the north, and
It's next to Meat Farm.
you're on the east side of Wisconsin, right?
Aqua Vitae is-
Veterans. You're on the east side, right?
We're on the
East side, the right side, right?
south.
South side.
No, we'd be on the south or the west side of Wisconsin, of
No, but I mean,
Veterans
if
Highway.
you went straight from Veterans Highway and then you made a left onto Wisconsin, the Aqua Vitae would be to your
No,
right.
if we came out of our shopping center and made a left to go towards Wisconsin, we'd have to make a right to go to Aqua Vitae.
They're here, right?
They're right here.
Right, and they would drive, right, you'd make a right to go up Veterans Highway.
Yeah.
Then you'd hit Wisconsin
A right.
and make a right.
And then
Oh, not Wisconsin, you first
Oh,
hit that
sorry.
other one. What is
Lake
that?
Ave,
Lake Ave, you make a right and then a left on Wisconsin, right?
Can we come over there?
right?
Show 'em that.
You have my hand in my It's way up here.
Oh, yeah, we know, he knows that.
No,
He's
I know
asking you
where
what
it is.
direction.
Yeah, well, you would have to come out.
Right here.
So you'd have to go, you would go across the
So,
highway, make a
where
right.
do you have this store?
There's his Aqua Vitae right here.
Yes, so we are,
You're here.
correct, so you would have to, can you zoom in more, is that possible?
I don't.
I'll show you.
I just want to know if you're on the same side of the street, that's all.
No, no more.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
What you do, all right, so the, we, based on the map that we see here, I think the location of this premise would add a public convenience and advantage. There's, the sales of the three closest stores have increased, and based on that, I vote to approve.
I'm actually in disagreement with Commissioner Kim. I'm going to vote to deny. We issued a license in January of 2013, 1.1 miles away. While their sales, we have 2 full years of sales. They're, as was pointed out, they're both low, and I think we need to figure out, there has to be a period of time to figure out whether this store is actually helping the community or whether there is a need for another one, and I'm
which
not
store are
sure
you
there
talking
is a
about?
public convenience and advantage at this time.
Which store are you talking about?
Sandy's Wine and Liquor. January of 2013, we issued the license. Their sales right now are at 153,000 in 2013 and 166 in 2014, and they look like they're going to head to about 166 again this year. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you can try, but he already voted.
2303. Sorry, 2303 Liquor Castle, Brooklyn.
I know.
Oh, this one? This one you have the Lubavitch Youth Organization writing in support. Why does a youth organization need a liquor store?
Good question, Jackie.
Like in the old days, if you lit a cigarette, a bus came. This is an application for reconsideration of the disapproval of a package store. And I'm not going to, I don't see any opposition here today. I'm not going to repeat everything that was in my written request because I'm sure that you guys have read it. I would also hope that you actually looked at the flash drive that was submitted, which could explain a lot better than I could in words just how unappealing the nearest stores are and how lacking they were in any kosher products. In fact, judging from that, and I watched the meeting at which this was disapproved, and what was said, they clearly misled the members of the authority. The only kosher wine available anywhere in this area was Manischewitz, which we have to drink at times, but which is otherwise undrinkable.
The question I have, though, is you're indicating that there's a huge demand for this wine.
And liquor.
And then it appears that she's only interested in carrying 10 to 20% of it.
That was the first thing I had written here to tell you, that those would be the initial percentages, because in order to make a living.
If this is the basis of her store, then how is it not 70 or 80%?
It could be 50-50. You know, it's impossible to know exactly what the demand is going to be.
So you're not sure there is a demand?
Oh, there's definitely a demand. You can see from the letters that were submitted with the original application. And we have here 2 members. It's an ever-expanding Orthodox community in that area.
Mr. Pazetsky, your letter is from the Lubavitch Youth Organization.
Yes.
Why does a youth organization need alcoholic beverages?
Because that's not the only thing that they do, but he's here. He will speak to you about his knowledge of the Orthodox community and how it is ever expanding into the East Flatbush area. What it is now and what they've told me is that you have to go to Sheepshead Bay or Crown Heights to get any kosher products. It's just an impossible situation for the Orthodox community. In addition to that, and we have 2 gentlemen here, I told them to limit to 2 minutes if you would hear what they have to say. Okay, let's do that, and then I'll come back.
You want to vote to reconsider this, or you're the one who voted it down?
My name is Rabbi Castriel Castel. I'm the program director of the Lubavitch Youth Organization, specifically to answer your question.
So why does the youth organization need more alcoholic beverages in the community?
Our organization is not specifically dealing with children. The youth organization is our volunteers, our young people that go out to the various communities. So our name is youth organization, but again, that's only one small division of us deals with children. The rest we deal with adults and everyone else. But in the community, we call it the youth organization because they're the young people who go out and volunteer. I'm representing in the Lubavitch Crown Heights community, which is constantly expanding, and expanding in all directions, but a large percent of them are heading toward East Flatbush because housing is cheaper there. Our prices are going up very quickly in Crown Heights, and people who want to buy a house are moving further and further in that direction. We do have one liquor store in the center of our community, but I know that many people are constantly going to Sheepshead Bay, which is about 5-6 miles away, I guess, because they're not always happy or they don't have always the selection of what it is that they want. And therefore, we also have, very often we have visitors to our community, and the visitors community come through that area. If they're coming from South Brooklyn, they would be going past that area to come to the community. And therefore, in that respect, I think there is a need for a second store.
And how did you know about this applicant?
Oh, he comes to classes that I've attended, and I know
Who's
him from. Her husband had been coming to my classes, and therefore I know of the applicant, and I visit them from time to time.
Visit them where?
There are other stores that they have.
What other
It's
stores?
not liquor stores. I mean, it's not a liquor store, but they have.
What other stores?
What are the stores that they have?
I believe it's drinks, various drinks, sodas and beer, perhaps. But again,
What are the
you've
stores
been
do you
there.
have?
I don't know.
Commissioner, the application shows that her husband has a C license, has much more space than he needs, and this application would be dividing up that store. Has not been divided yet, and that's what this space is available because it's far larger than is necessary. He would be subletting to her. He's a partial owner of the building, not 100% owner.
This was the application first put forward by Mr. Fogelman, and we discussed the C license, and we discussed the issue of kosher wines, and the community was
I know,
fully
that's-
discussed at the
You
application.
also offered to give them a wine store, and they
Correct.
rejected that
Right.
idea?
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what is actually new to me, and I'm Jewish but not Orthodox, is that not all liquors are kosher. Any liquor that is aged. Oh yeah, could.
See, I'm not. I don't know that I'm going to be too interested in the kosher aspect, since You haven't shown me in any way, shape, or form that there is a demand for it. I understand it's a Jewish community, but your starting out numbers are 10 to 20%.
That's a starting out number.
Of an 800 square foot space.
800 square.
That's
feet.
like 7 bottles.
No.
No.
You're talking, let's say 1,000 different bottles is 200 bottles.
She's carrying 1,000 bottles of kosher alcohol. That means she's carrying 10,000 bottles of alcohol because she wants to carry 10% kosher.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a question. Wine, my name is Neil Fried-Furtick. I'm a member of the Lubavitch community in Crown Heights. I would like to ask you a question. Wine, as you all know, could be unkosher. Do you know what makes wine unkosher?
It doesn't have a rabbi overseeing the process making.
No, it's under kosher. It's under Jewish supervision from the time the grapes are picked till they're squeezed, till they're bottled, and into the store.
That's what I just
what
said, a
makes-
rabbi
it's
overseeing the
fine,
process.
fine. And it has a little insignia on the bottle.
Yes.
You cannot see that insignia behind plexiglass. Impossible. You only could see that insignia if you turn the bottle around. But that's kosher wine. Now, let me ask you a question because, Your Honor, a question. What makes
question
liquor?
here, though, is what is the new information?
What makes liquor unkosher? How could a liquor be how could a scotch be unkosher?
I have no idea.
Okay.
If something
it's-
unkosher was in the barrel
was
before
mixed,
they
if-
put it into the barrel, that's how something would be unkosher. But the question
it?
to
They should
your
say
attorney
exactly-
is, what is the new information here
The new
before the
information
members?
here is that right now, the Jewish community is being ghettoized. We're being put in a little ghetto with a tiny little store. Here is a main crossroads of Brooklyn, Ralph Avenue, Linden Boulevard, Kings Highway.
Sir, I understand what you're saying, but there's
when
a
you-
lot of other aspects that we have to take into consideration, such as the sales of the other liquor stores, which are drastically low.
Mr.
Now,
Chairman?
there could be several different reasons for that.
Mr. Chairman, I would point out, even if you would, for the moment, leave aside the kosher aspect, if you looked at the flash drive that we sent you.
We did.
Okay. These stores, you don't get rewarded in this country for being bad business people. These stores are all totally unappetizing stores that people don't want to go in. They are all bulletproof stores. They are not a good shopping experience.
See, that argument has been posed today on a number of occasions, and my experience with alcohol is if somebody wants alcohol, they're going to find it.
I think if somebody that wants
I don't
to buy
believe
it-
anyone's walked away from a bottle of whiskey because the store was ugly.
I think that if somebody wants to buy a bottle of cheap scotch or a bottle of cheap wine or a standard type product.
This is up for
that's there.
reconsideration,
I would
correct?
also point out. a
So
number
April
of-
21st, you gave all these same arguments. May 19th, we offered the wine store as
You
an
didn't, it was
alternative.
Mr.
I'm
Fogelman.
sorry,
I
Mr.
did.
Fogelman, but your applicant did. Let's say your applicant through Mr. Fogelman gave certain arguments that are being rehashed today, which we considered and we denied. We're still talking about the same thing. You're still talking about when we offered the wine alternative, it wasn't an option. If you came in here based on everything that you're saying and said, we're going to make this 80% kosher, 100% kosher, you know what? Then I would reconsider it. But you're still standing here going 10% of wine, 20% of liquors is going to be kosher, even though there's such a growing demand. And this is an 800 square foot space. There's nothing new that you're adding to this reconsideration application. So therefore, I vote to deny.
Could I just be heard before the chairman votes? First of all, when this was presented the first time, this board got a terribly skewed presentation of what the other four stores were like. You knew that they were bulletproof. You didn't know how awful they were until you saw in that flash drive. They all represented themselves as having some kind of a selection of kosher products. Yet in the flash drive, you could see that some of them had none. One of them had Manischewitz
But
wine.
nothing has been, as he pointed out, nothing has been presented that is new. She's still at 10 to 20% of kosher if there's that big a demand. And I'm not going to give more than that. The point is, it hasn't changed. Nothing new is here, and we're at a reconsideration, which is really what the issue is. And it was also supposed to be submitted within 30 days of the previous argument, and I know I've been here longer than 30 days, and I wasn't here for this argument. So this is significantly
It was submitted within a
late.
legal time of when the written reasons for disapproval promulgated. She'd be willing to go 50-50 on half kosher products. In that time, though, this board has approved 2 applications in Brooklyn. One on September 21st. In
Brooklyn?
In Brooklyn.
Brooklyn's a huge
I
borough.
understand, but with very similar measurements and based on the fact that every one of the 4 nearest stores was a bulletproof store.
There's no question we take that into account, but the fact of the matter is that the sales in this instance are drastically low. He's already voted to deny, so whatever I vote is irrelevant, but I'm going to vote to deny as well. The reconsideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What?
I know, but you're on camera, so we'll talk later. Wait, go where?
All right. 2368 ST 111 Corp.
Thank you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
What number, Jackie?
2368. You're here.
Good afternoon. So this history of sale of unauthorized consumer products, what is this unauthorized consumer product that he's been found to violate twice?
Do not know.
Wanna ask him?
Unauthorized what? I'm sorry,
The
Commissioner?
violations that were under the C license. Your client held a beer wholesale license.
Oh, that was,
Here you go.
Here you go. You can look at it if it helps you. Do we have the mayor's opinion on this?
No.
Yes, matter of fact.
That's my first question. What did he sell is the only thing we want to know.
I'm sorry, there's more here.
That was
What
the,
it was?
No.
Does it say?
charcoal.
There's more.
Charcoal?
Charcoal for barbecue.
Charcoal for barbecue? Both times?
Was tobacco, rolling paper, candy, Visine eye drops, and Vicks inhaler products.
Tobacco?
No, tobacco rolling paper.
I had a
Or rolling paper?
Yeah.
cigarette lighter.
Have you met with the mayor of Hempstead?
No, we went through the pre-planning and the planning board, and everything was fine. And from what I understand, he's okay with the application going forward.
Yeah, that's yours from the, yeah, that's the one for the mayor.
Mayor, here's from the mayor. He will not oppose the application for the 2 businesses. Please consider the hours of operation. Attaches a resolution.
What is that? What hours does he want?
He wants, oh, this is where we had the bars. This is a bar, so he wants
No
it to
later than
be 2 in the morning every day. Bars, operation of bar. Midnight's a restaurant.
Okay.
This is a bar, correct?
This is tavern, correct.
And what are your proposed hours?
Oh, right now, they were 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. every day.
Okay, the mayor of Hempstead is not in opposition if you limit your hours to 2 a.m. every day of the week. Is that something your client would be willing to do?
Commissioner, he would have no problem closing at 2 a.m. between Sunday and Thursday and 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. You have to consider that this is a tavern.
Well, the more important consideration is that the mayor, who's not here this time, is usually here regularly, drives in from Hempstead because apparently the liquor license issue in Hempstead is so bad that he feels it's his obligation to come in and tell us what he thinks, and he's actually sent us an email today, so we actually take what he thinks into serious consideration. So I don't know that that's remotely possible. It's either 2 or probably nothing.
I think what you should do is start with 2 and then go to the mayor after a year or so and see if you can keep a clean record and get his blessings and then come back.
If you grant it based on his,
We'll grant it based on a 2 a.m. closing every day.
then we will
Okay.
oblige by it.
Great, good luck. I approve.
I approve.
Thank you.
2 a.m. closing.
2364 Franklin Square Liquor.
Good afternoon again. John Springer for the applicant corporation. With me is Harachan Singh, the applicant, and his attorney, Glenn Wright. I believe there's somebody here in opposition.
You're up. You can come up to the front, please.
My name is Sanjay Patel. I'm from PNS Spirits at 864 Hampstead Turnpike.
PNS Spirits, okay.
Did you buy your store?
My wife is the owner. I'm here on behalf of my wife.
But you bought a previously licensed store?
Right. We just bought it about 2.5 years ago, and I believe about 18 months ago, you issue a license on a Hampstead Turnpike about a mile away from us, which is called Royal Wine. And we already have in existence about 9 liquor stores within a 2.5-mile radius.
Royal Wine or Prince Liquor and Wine?
No, Prince Liquor and Wine which is up on a Mitcham Avenue. Royal Wine is on a Hampstead Turnpike, right next to the Cherry Valley Shopping Center.
And how far is that from you?
About 0.9 miles. And within a 2.5-mile radius, I have about 9 liquor stores, and there is no growing population in Franklin Square or West Hampstead. And it is not fair to us existing license holders, where we have to pay big amount of the real estate tax over there right now, which I'm paying almost $68,000 real estate tax. And it doesn't need any more liquor store, and these premises don't even have any parking spots or anything. It is on a main road. It should be a distraction into the town for the traffic and all that thing, because the people will be parking it on a street.
Okay, thank you.
There may be some competitive pressures on Hempstead Turnpike. We're on Franklin Avenue. PNS is 0.9 miles away.
Do you have that map that you gave us last time? Because this one didn't come out well either.
I don't. No, I'm sorry.
We need a uniform
It seems to
map.
be when they're scanning it and licensing.
Yeah, no, it was
Losing
the
a lot
one.
of the detail. I apologize.
Yeah, the one you handed us was fine, but it must get lost in the computer.
I do apologize for that. That location, PNS, has been licensed as a liquor store since 2013. They took it over in 2003. They took it over in 2013. They did over $1 million, annually their first year, which is pretty good. It's a similar size store to this location. In terms of the other stores, they're also decent distances. 0.8 miles. BevMax is in a large shopping center with a lot of draw. He's doing really good sales. $2 million.
I mean, we see all those numbers, so
Okay.
I think,
The,
is there an increase in population that you can cite?
Very, very small. I'd say it's steady. I wouldn't say it's a tremendous increase, but it's not decreasing.
And what about, and maybe your client can explain to me, Prince Liquor and Wine, are they open one day a week? What's going on there? Their sales are 17,000, 20,000, 25,000.
He's not familiar with their problems
Are you
but
familiar with Prince Liquor and Wine?
I spoke with him last night.
When is he open?
Because he's faking the numbers.
Yes.
How does he have like $20,000 in sale for an 1,100 square foot
I kind of wish he would show it up so we can test him on those numbers. You can't stay in business. You can't pay the rent on that.
No, that has to be.
I would ask that you discount.
Probably miscalculated by the month or week, which I'm not aware of the situation.
Okay.
We can't speculate to that.
Yeah, we can't speculate to
We
that.
have a store that may not even be
Yeah.
functioning.
The fourth closest store is 4.3 million. These are good sales. The applicant store, although it's 3,000 square feet, 1,600 is selling floor. 1,400 is a hallway and a storage in the back and a hallway to a parking lot that the landlord's putting in. He's putting it in the back because there's a grocery store coming in. He's redone the whole facade. He's redoing the whole facade, and all the tenants are turning over with new leases. There's a convenience store, gas station across the street, and
Did he give us the
other amenities. We think this area can sustain another store of this size. The applicant worked in a father's gas station convenience store. He has experience in alcohol sales without a problem. He knows how to check IDs.
I wouldn't say without a problem. There were 2 sales to minors.
Not him. Not him.
No, when he was a manager at the convenience store, SMB Petroleum Inc., we have $3,000 fine for 2 sales to minors in the year 2000.
I don't know that they were directly under his supervision. Do you know?
That wasn't my shift,
Wasn't your shift?
It was 24-hour gas station. So that happened at nighttime. I worked the day shift.
Okay.
They may have had several shifts with shift managers. We believe public convenience advantage should be, does anyone add?
I would just point out that not only the third closest store should be discounted, this Prince Liquor and Wine, like we discussed, but the second closest.
Well, I mean, how can we discount it? We can't pay attention to the sale numbers, I'll give you that, there's clearly a problem, but that's a store that's a mile away.
Well, if they're not here and they're not cooperating and they're not reporting the numbers,
Well, I don't know that
they may not even be open. We don't know what's going on.
We got numbers from them, so they are cooperating. Clearly, there's a mistake, I will grant you that.
All right, and the second closest store in a little over 2 years has had 2 sales to minors. So I would submit the second and closest stores have some problems that the board
2
should take
closest
into.
meaning PNS?
PNS had
So
2
how
sales to
does-
minors.
But how does that address public convenience and advantages or saturation?
Well, I mean, it says that they're not a good operator, and another store comes in, maybe a good operator. It also means that 2 sell to minors in 2 years, they may not be here in a year. But regardless, they shouldn't be in here saying their business is being impacted by a potential new store when they're not good operators, and there's many reasons why they may not be doing well.
Well, so here's my biggest issue. Within 1.2 miles, you have over 17,000 square feet of licensed space. And unless he's offering something very different, it's hard to say that they actually need another 3,000 square feet.
These are primarily strip malls with parking. I mean, they're almost like separate, shopping districts. So it's not going to. He's
Are
only
they all
adding.
in different shopping malls?
Well, yeah, they're like strip malls. I mean, it's a very congested area in the border of Queens. He's only going to be adding 1,600 square feet additional. So.
How much of it is retail?
That is
Oh,
a
total of
1,600.
3,000?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, it's a driving community. When someone goes into a shopping center and parks and goes to a supermarket, they're going to go to the nearest liquor store in that little shopping center. They're not going to say 1.1 miles away, there's a bigger store. I just think that's the way it operates out there.
I don't know. Without a map, it's really hard to. All I see is that the distorted map I have, that he's kind of right in the middle of a 1 mile radius of 4 different stores.
And PNS isn't on the map.
And PNS isn't even on
Which
the
is the
map.
second closest.
Or is this B considered PNS? Right here?
Like to put
Are you right here? Is this PNS?
No, that's Prince.
Oh, B is Prince? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
I'm going to
B is Prince. Where are you?
If you want to put it over, John.
I didn't have him as
This
one
is
of the closest stores.
this is Prince. This is KC.
It's not listed on the application.
He's the second
Where are you?
closest store.
This must be Hempstead Turnpike. Oh, no, Hempstead Turnpike's over here.
Should you be part of that, John?
Right, by the block over from Hempstead and Franklin Avenue.
You guys have to use
you're
the
right here.
consistent, you're
Okay,
using
you're
Google,
right here.
Bing, and Liquor Authority mapping program. They're all, we acknowledge they're all inconsistent with each other.
He's right here. He's right here.
We had sent you an email showing all the.
Okay, you can go to the back, please. Thank you. He's right here, Hempstead and Franklin. And then you have these other 4, Plaza, Prince, Casey. Yeah, so this is PNS.
I'm gonna have to shut down.
Okay, you're okay?
All right, you can't work those.
Oops, sorry. All right.
Yeah, I got some weird.
So,
weird.
judging by, there have been increase in sales for 2 of the closest. The 4th one, while it is over 4 million, has shown a decline. There's, again, over 17,000 licensed space in 1.2 mile distance, and the way the location of this proposed licensee is right in the center, kind of in, with a 1 mile distance in every other direction. So I don't see an added public convenience and advantage. I vote to deny.
Just to correct you, the fourth closest store has an increase of sales, over 4 million increase.
I had it from 4316 to 4280, and then we don't know what 15 is going to turn out.
It looked like 4.1 to me. Okay.
Yeah, so.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, based on the reasoning Commissioner Kim gave. I'll acknowledge that the third closest store, Prince Liquor and Wine, I can't really use their sale numbers at all because they're clearly inaccurate, but we do have 17,000 square feet within 1.2 miles. We just issued a license in June of 2012. I don't think we can really get a good feel about what that store is doing. It's KCK Discount Wine and Liquor, and that's 1.2 miles away. So I think at this time, I just don't see any public convenience and advantage. So I deny.
Thank you.
Yes.
You want? Yes.
We're going to take a break.
We'll take a short recess.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to bring my computer up.
Oh.
Hi, how are you? I'm good. Sure.
We want to adjourn the attorney for La Estufa. The number is, he just sent me
What do I do with it? Keep going, go ahead.
Okay, 2376, Right Ventures.
2340. 76. It's like one of those senior moments.
This is gonna kill me not having this up.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Dewey Wright of Wright Ventures LLC. I think I have a position, so I'll just let him proceed.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner Kim. If I may, I'd like to submit some documents.
Thank you.
My name is Andrew Park. I'm here to represent Benfu Liquors, who's located at 208 North Avenue. We're here in opposition. We believe that an issuance of a new application at this time would not serve any public convenience or advantage. The submission that I just handed up today, if you would refer to page 7, which is dog-eared, it's a decision made by the board dated September of 2015 for an application that was submitted for a liquor store located at 123A Pelham Road, which was decided as a denial back in August of 2015. The reasons cited are pretty much similar to what I wrote in my memorandum, basically stating that...
How far was this, the location that we denied, from the applicant's location?
0.7, 0.8 miles.
Between 0.7 and 0.8 miles?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
My client's store is located 970 feet from the proposed location. And then we have 6 other stores within that same range of 7/10 to 8/10 of a mile. The board's decision at the time was that there was no real advantage or convenience that can be seen by adding another liquor store to an area that's already saturated.
And these are who you're representing?
Yes.
Are they all one store?
They own one store.
Which store is it?
It's 208 Benfu Liquors,
Benfu,
which is the
okay.
closest one on North Avenue.
Just in the future, could we ask for early submission?
I'm
Because
sorry,
otherwise, we have to start
I
going through this.
understand.
Going through this now.
I submitted a Google map mapping of the area which shows the stores.
So the location where the applicant is going was formerly licensed, correct, as a liquor store?
I believe there was a liquor store in that shopping center, but it's now a restaurant.
But it was in the same shopping
Yes,
center?
it was.
And when did that close?
I believe it was 2 years ago, from what I understand.
It says February 2012.
Okay, we'll hear from the applicant now.
Good afternoon again, members. My name is Dewey Wright, and I'm the owner of Wright Ventures LLC with hope of opening Wright's Wine and Liquor. I'm looking to do business in the New Rochelle area, and the reason I chose this location is because, first off, New Rochelle is growing in popularity and population. It has increased from 2000 to 2010, and again, we could see where it has increased by at least 3.3% from 2010 through to 2013. Secondly, the location I choose, it previously held 2 liquor licenses within the same shopping center. Without my store here, all the persons living east and southeast of North Ave would have to go out of their ways to go to further stores. Thirdly, I am in a shopping center. This means I could serve the public by being easily accessible within the same place where they already come to shop. And I am the only store within that whole area that offers parking. In addition to being in a shopping center, I am in close proximity to hundreds of households which are located on the streets or connected to the streets on North Avenue.
And I feel this is a large area that I can service without interfering with the clientele of the other stores. With regards to Ben Fool Liquors, my data shows here that they have the highest sales overall in comparison to the 5 closest stores, and shows a steady increase in sale every single year from 2001 through to 2014. Note that the 2015 sales were not disclosed in the FOIL request, but it can be projected that they will increase based on the previous years. The steady increase in sale is an indication that the area would not be negatively impacted by another store, especially since this new store plans to serve a different area. Due to its position on North Avenue, Ben Fool Liquor benefits from the traffic on North Avenue, Main Street, Huguenot Street, and the I-95 corridor, which are all major ways of travel within the close proximity of the store. Ben Fool Liquor is again within close proximity of New Rock City Plaza, residential complexes, 2 banks, and a major store such as CVS, Models, New York sports clubs, movie theaters, and supermarkets. This means that this part of North Avenue is a destination area where people come to specifically to shop. Although Ben Fool Liquor is the closest store, the applicant plans to service areas east and southeast from North Avenue.
When you say the applicant, are you talking about yourself?
Yes. And the highlighted area on the map, if you have the maps in front of you, currently shows an area that is underserved. This can be supported by the fact there, again, that previously there was a liquor, at least 2 liquor licenses at 134 North Avenue.
They were in there at the same time in that plaza?
No, different times.
How big is your floor space going to be?
Sales space is going to be about between 450 to 500 square feet.
You received a loan from your friend Corey Flowers?
Yes, and yes.
Does he or she have a license?
Oh, no. He's an engineer. We went to high school together back in Jamaica, so he's one of my best friends.
What's the percentage of interest you're giving?
We have to rediscuss it again, but
you submitted a promissory note.
Yes.
It doesn't say in there?
It was 5%.
And how did you come to, you don't have experience in this industry, correct?
Actually, when I was growing up in Jamaica, my dad, he had a liquor distribution business, so I have some form of experience, not within the U.S. I came here and I went to college. I've graduated with a bachelor's in science. I started doing research. And, during college years, I was always into business. I was buying and selling cars at one point. And whenever, a business venture would open up, I'd try to take advantage of it.
Did you submit the increase in population numbers?
Yes, I have them here.
Thank you. All right. I think, given that there was a previous license in this location and that we haven't issued something since that time, and then given the small footprint, increasing sales of the nearest store, and the population increase from 2010 to 2014 of 3.3%, I'll vote to approve.
Did you have something you wanted to say? Yeah, go ahead.
I think the applicant himself admitted that the main shopping center is at the intersection of North and Main Street. His store is west and south of where my store, my client's location is. He's in a small shopping center, which he stated, but it's primarily made up of restaurants. There's no anchor store. It's not a shopping destination. The parking that he has available is limited to about 15 spaces, so that's not a real advantage. The other factor is that, again, you mentioned that it's a small footprint. But again, there's nothing new that's being offered by this applicant that's not being served by the stores that are already located on North and Main.
Well, I think, which Commissioner Kim addressed, one of the main issues is that there has been a liquor store there, I believe, for 20 years, up until 2 years ago, whether it be two different stores or the one that just closed. And I think the sales numbers, particularly your client's sales numbers, have increased significantly since 2011. We don't have any data for 2015 on your client's numbers, but as the applicant pointed out, I think based on the trend, we can expect that they're going to go up even further. And they're almost up 40% since 2011. So that, to me, is indicative of the fact that there is a public advantage and convenience, and the fact that there was a store in almost the identical location, I find that there,
but I believe
there is a need.
D&D, and which is located on Pelham Road, and SWS had showed decreasing sales.
Well, SWS just got licensed in July. They bought an existing store, and we only have, I guess it looks like about 6 months of sales for them, so we can't tell what happened there. And the other store you're talking about, their sales seem so low that they can't be accurate.
Right, but the decision, when reading the decision, President was more or less said that says that even though that you've seen a small increase in population, the mere fact that another liquor store is coming in doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be public advantage if there's nothing new being offered.
No, but the fact that there was a liquor store there, the fact that the sales in the closest liquor store, which is your clients, have gone up not a small amount, they've gone up significantly, and the fact that the population has increased indicates that there is, to me, a public convenience and advantage. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I mean,
and a small footprint.
I mean, the one on 382 North Avenue, so I was looking at the map, on North Avenue itself, if you normally look at it and say that you're adding another store on North Avenue, that might be indicative of a saturation issue. Number one, it's in a small shopping mall, I guess, that had license before. And the third closest store, which is on 382 North Avenue, has also had very significant increases in sales. And then does Ben Fu have parking? No, they don't. And again, the parking, if this is the only store, even if it's 15 spaces with parking, that's, I think, a very big added public convenience and advantage. So for those reasons, I approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
2360, third level.
I think we have protesters for this too.
Yes, we do.
Maybe we'll speak with the protesters, please.
Carrie, isn't there an additional store that we recently just licensed that didn't make it to here, the one that was on the other side of the Grand Concourse? Yeah. I think it was like
So
two
the
board meetings ago.
Protesters can come up.
Yeah, right. That's the thing. Remember the one, Commissioner, you voted, you said because it was on the other side of the Grand
said
Concourse?
okay, right?
Yeah.
There you go. See this?
Yeah, that was on Grand Concourse and 180-something.
180
So
something.
that's not in here on the 4 stores.
Go ahead.
Hi,
Put your name on the
This
record.
is Fernando Jimenez from Cabana Liquor Store.
Yeah, my name is Man Shigan. I come from West Bronx Wine and Liquors.
Member of the board.
You're from which store?
Cabana Liquor Store,
Cabana.
Grand Concourse and 180, between 180 and 181st.
Oh, that's G. Okay, and
Sir, you're from?
He's from the closest.
West Bronx Wine and Liquors. 11, yes, number,
Third level, eight?
this-
No,
yes,
that's
number
That's the
C.
applicant.
C. Mhm.
This one, C.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's connected. Okay, thank you.
On the map that you have in front, we missed the new application that was just approved on Ryan 181st Street last month,
The Bronx.
which also
And what, 181st?
181st and Ryan Avenue,
It was.
right at the edge of the paper.
81st and Ryan.
Ryan Avenue, yes.
Okay.
We just here in consideration, not to, sure, not to allow any other store to be open at this particular location due to the fact that if you look at the map, we are a little bit saturated with the different type of liquor store that we have available. Nonetheless, on the same block that the new package store is open, there's a church of which I spoke myself with Mr. Pastor Benjamin and Mr. Fernando, and they sent a letter to you stating that it was not convenient for the community to open another liquor store at this location. We just trying, to be able to keep ourselves at the same level that we have, due to the fact that if you look at the west side of Grand Concourse in front of me, there's just a liquor store open there. On the north side of Grand Concourse, there's another liquor store which is number F, and on the south side, there's another liquor store on Creston and Burnside. Nonetheless, on Creston and on Burnside and Anthony Avenue, there's another liquor store which is not cited over here on the map because of the site. And so the only place that Cabana Liquor Store is not being saturated with another liquor store is on the east side of Huron Avenue, where they're trying to open. And if you go around, it's a cover. It's a cover. The only gap is in the middle, and in the middle there's two schools, which is the one on Creston Avenue and the one on Aqueduct, which diminish the size of the community on this area.
Is your store bulletproof?
Yes, it is.
Yours?
Yes.
How many of the stores that you've listed here are bulletproof?
All of them.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to add one more things, and Fernando mentioned most of them. And most of 7 store we have already, that's the mom and pop store. It's less than 1,000 square foot each store. My store is 1,500, but I don't have a basement, so I make a half for the front and half for the storage room. So all of them 7 stores, I don't know, none of them is over 1,000 square foot, maybe 700 or 800, basically. And since 2011, our sale is decreased every year until now. And I'd like to mention another one is the state liquor authority map showing incorrect location. The New York State Liquor Authority online map show new application locates on the northwest corner of Clinton Place and Jerome Avenue. However, the address of a new application place is a new package store on the southwest corner of the Jerome Avenue. The actual location, more accurate representative, is close proximity to the Avenger Ensemble God of Church. So when you look at the map, you can understand better the new application and.
Yeah, no, we're looking at the map. We see
Yes.
the location.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Miguel Acosta. I'm representing Third Level, Inc. These are the applicants here, Wilson Ortiz and Vincent Dela Cruz. Diaz, I'm sorry. Diaz. We understand the opposition's concern with regards to this new application. As the opposition indicated in his statement, majority of these liquor stores are located on the other side around Grand Concourse. This area here on Jerome Avenue, which is right off the I-95 north and south exit of Jerome Avenue, it's basically being projected to be revitalized. This is going to be an open floor plan with modern sales strategies. Going to be purchasing from local wineries in Long Island. We have food pairing, tastings. Parking shouldn't be a problem. Both sides are no meters, no regulations, so we shouldn't have any double parking. Handicap accessibility, ADA compliant. Basically, I believe with the revitalization, all liquor stores and the community is going to benefit off of this. It's going to be a 73-block stretch. The majority of these liquor stores are like 6-7 blocks away, avenues almost. And
What is the revitalization project you're talking about?
well, they're basically looking to do a stretch of about 73 blocks from 167th Street all the way to Fordham Road.
Do you have anything? Who's they? And do you have
the city
anything
of
in
New
writing?
York. I don't have anything in writing. There was some research that was done by the applicants and myself as well. There's going to be new housing, new parks, streetscape, retails, community services, schools.
Has it been approved, or are these plans? Is it an elected official kind of laying out a vision for the area? What stage are they at?
Hasn't been finalized, but is approximately 50% from what we were informed.
50%?
Most of the housing around there, they're clean halls buildings with police inspections all the time.
Well, that's more towards the back, towards the Grand Concourse. This is more towards Jerome, so basically there's going to be new housing with new views towards, let's say, the highway, which is right off the exit. This is going to be a more driving liquor store in comparison to the other locations, which is more walking traffic and mainly all bulletproof.
So far, the only thing I hear that warrants consideration, given all the other stores in the area, is that it's an open floor plan. Do you have anything else to add that can?
Yeah, Lambert, you have the applicant.
Hi, my name is Wilson. All right, so basically, as far as the opposition, we have one of the closest ones, I believe, is West Bronx Liquors. They're on 183rd, which is a big ave in itself. All right, and it basically everything is off of Jerome. So we're targeting that driving traffic that goes to the auto industry, that's coming and going towards I-95 north and south. And the other opposition we have is Grand Concourse, we have 3 Aves in between us. That's like the equivalent of if we're Manhattan, First Ave and Park Ave. So it's a big distance from that. So I think it's a definition of a public convenience. People that are driving up and down Jerome from the I-95.
But I hate to interrupt you, but just because they're the only 2 people here doesn't mean that we're not considering the other people.
All right, but we don't have anything on Jerome Avenue. That's where the public convenience is. There's nothing near us on Jerome Avenue. Even the West Bronx Liquors off of it's on 183rd Street. It's not on Jerome Avenue itself.
Do you have parking?
Smack in Jerome Avenue.
Do you have parking?
No, but like Miguel mentioned, there isn't meter parking or anything like that. There's no regulations. There's plenty of parking
Are
spaces.
you aware that we not recently, but within the last 3 years, we licensed 2 places in 2012 within 0.3 miles of your location? And both of them are struggling, I think is the best way to say it. I realize they're bulletproof, but they're both struggling.
That's one of the things we considered was one that they were bulletproof, and the other was that they're not on Jerome Avenue itself. So we were born and raised in the Bronx, and we know the Bronx, and we looked for about a year. We were looking for a place, and this seemed like ideal, an area that needed something like this. Like for example, me personally, if I'm going to go shopping for a holiday or a dinner party, we're gonna go to North End Liquor on Webster, or if I'll wait till I'm in the city to go there. There's nothing like this in the Bronx, and this is why we targeted this business. And
What percentage of your product's going to be wines?
we're probably looking at about 50% at least. All right, so our floor plan, the entire right side is just gonna be wines. We're looking at a variety of wines, and that's something that's not offered in the area.
What are you offering that they're not offering?
So I think we're going to focus on, by the way, hello members. My name is Vicente de la Cruz. I'm the other partner in the venture. And just give you a little bit of background. The whole idea is, provide a modern, open and inviting place for people to come. It's something that's not really offered a lot in the Bronx, unfortunately. Again, we're from the Bronx. We want to be able to say, we want to educate our clients. We want to be able, we're actually part of that revitalization. We see ourselves as part of that, and we want to continue that and share that with the rest of the folks in the Bronx. I'm going to give you a very small example. McAllen. You and I know what McAllen is. A lot of people in the Bronx don't know McAllen. They just know Johnny Walker and Buchanan and pay approximately the same price for something that, potentially be greater quality. It's just something
you
else
think that
here.
the stores, all these other stores, nobody carries McAllen? You guys carry McAllen? You do? You carry McAllen? You don't?
McAllen, this is an example. And listen, we just don't, we're just not looking at just the surrounding areas, looking at the entire Bronx. We're going to leverage social media to again,
how big is your floor space going to be?
It's 800 square feet on top, and we have approximately 600 square feet downstairs of storage. Little less.
Don't they have to list that as 1,400 then? Your questionnaire says total area is 810. You have to include the basement as well.
Yeah, and then
Otherwise you can't
when we first
store stuff there.
When we first submitted it, then I think we got that back and we had to resubmit it with the basement.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
Yes, I
that's
think I sent, Barry sent
Yeah, the
it
basement's included, but you didn't add the square
on the
footage.
questionnaire. Okay.
Apologies for that. So it's 110 square feet on top, 15 by 54. Again, why the Bronx? We're from the Bronx. We want to be part of the revitalization. We want to provide good services and educate our customers.
We both own homes in the Bronx. We both went to college in the Bronx, and that.
And as you indicated that these other stores are struggling, I did a mathematical calculation on their break-even point. They basically just stand still right now. We want to catch the good rent roll that they currently have before the revitalization, and their sales basically have to be about $400 a day in order for them to make ends meet. That includes 4 employees on 2 shifts on a weekly basis. So it's not really much that their sales have to be at the present time.
I'm not worried about your client's store going under. I'm worried about whether there needs to be another one in the community based on the fact that the 5 closest ones, other than one of them, seem to be struggling.
And one thing on the study that he was mentioning is the Jerome Avenue study, which is basically a revitalization of the Jerome Avenue strip. The New York City Department of City Planning, what they're hoping is to, again, just increase housing, increase parks, increase the streetscape, and ultimately retail. Again, we want to be able to influence that revitalization of the Bronx, especially here in the Jerome area. It's listen, there's been population growth, not significant, but close to 1.5% since 2010. We speak Spanish and English. We'll be able to serve the community. Heavily populated by Dominican population there.
Did you have something you wanted to say? Can you come up to the front, please?
Sure.
You guys received a letter of opposition from the church right adjacent to the building on top on the second floor from Pastor Benjamin and Mr. Fernando Alessandro?
There's a church, but it is on the second floor underneath his storefront. It's businesses, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, it's other businesses.
It is on the map. It's just, we have a cross on the map.
But it's not within the 200-foot law, so I'm sure we've seen the objection, but legally that doesn't really, other than the fact that we take into account that legally that doesn't mean anything as placement of
It's
liquor
only if it's
store.
on the same entrance, same street. The entrances are in the same street within 200 feet. But it's not, because it's, I think, around the corner.
And And my argument to that is, obviously, we did not speak to the reverends, and my argument is that do they know the type of store that we're trying to bring into their community, into the neighborhood?
I don't think the church is a big factor right at this time. I think it's just more, do we need another store,
and that's
whether it's
the-
open or not? That's the big question on Jerome.
And that's the thing, there isn't anything on Jerome Avenue. So walking, are
It's
these
just that the
cars,
sales
are these
are
cars?
really down for the three closest.
Because
And I-
these
and I-
cars aren't turning onto these streets. These cars are going north and south on Jerome Avenue, and that's something that we're targeting, and that's what we're looking at. And we looked in and we traveled around and we looked around these stores. And when I step in these stores, one of these stores I had to step down into almost like a basement atmosphere, and that's the type of stereotype and everything that we're trying to change in the area. That there's I believe a need for that in this area. And in an area like Jerome that is mostly commercial and it's auto industry and a lot of people coming in to fix their cars and collision and there's car dealerships, there's plenty of car traffic. There's nonstop car traffic 24 hours.
And Mr. De La Cruz, your wife is funding you?
No, it's a joint account. I changed that already.
You changed it?
Yeah.
They're not having any ownership interest?
No.
Neither of your wives? All right. You know, I mean, I do see some advantage to the fact that it is on Jerome Avenue, but I don't necessarily buy into the argument that it'll pick up the driving traffic because you don't have parking spaces dedicated to your store. And at Jerome Avenue is a very busy street, and I understand there's a lot of parking, but it's also not very, I don't think, as easy as to find parking as might be suggested. All the stores, there's.
And I'm sorry, before you continue, as far as the car traffic, one of the things we put into, or like our business plan, is the convenience of how fast a customer could go in and shop. Like besides the counter, having the employees be able to charge credit cards on an iPad. And so that's things that we considered into making it, making the accessibility that customers can look around, go grab something, and be charged immediately. It's a modern atmosphere.
I think, the possible advantage is that it's an open floor plan, whereas all the other stores are bulletproof. It's just that the sales are so down for the other stores, indicating that there is saturation in this region. So if it's a close call, but Given the square footage, but given the open floor plan, given that it's on Jerome Avenue, I will go ahead and approve this one.
I'm going to have to deny it. I mean, I'm really basing it, and nothing, you guys are great applicants. I'm all in favor of open floor plans. I just don't see the need at this area with the sales at the way they are. Every store in the area has dropped, and I realize some of that could be because they're bulletproof, but they've dropped significantly, and I just don't, I don't see the need for it in this particular area. If one of them closes, which it looks like they're heading in that direction, then I would certainly consider you again.
Do you have, because we don't have the numbers on these stores, like which stores are struggling on
All
that side?
of the 5 closest, pretty much all of them have, over the last 4 years, gone down, between 15 and some of them even 15% and some more than that.
You can get those numbers from us.
Right, because even like on the Grand Concourse, like I said, it's 4 Aves away. There's 3 Aves in between us. We're targeting
But
that.
your location is surrounded by the 5 closest, and I realize you're bringing something different, but it just doesn't seem that there's a need right now.
In the area south of us, so for example, where we're at in Jerome, south of us, these people don't have the convenience of walking all the way to Grand Concourse or West 1.
No, but all these 5 stores I'm talking about are within 0.3 miles. I mean, they're all very, very close to where you want to go, and like I said, they're all struggling. So, like, if one of them does close, then certainly I'll reconsider it, because the open floor plan is something we try to promote here. And you guys seem like good candidates, but I just can't put it there now. So I deny.
Thank you.
2353, Prima Nova.
2353? It's tough.
Jackie, I'm taking notes. Are you taking notes too, or?
I got them in here too.
Okay, just checking.
Yep.
Since we have no recording.
Oh, it's not back on? We're not back on?
No.
No.
Oh, that's just for us to look at ourselves?
No, so when the decision gets written, well, this is a split vote, so it doesn't really,
Oh.
it's the standard.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ravi Suknandan, owner of Prima Nova. I have Chatrani Suknandan, who is my mother. She helps me run the business. I opened a hookah lounge in South Ozone Park, Rockaway Boulevard. We serve a menu, mostly finger food. We're looking to expand the menu. We serve to a diverse clientele. And I mean, I had my 500-foot hearing back in August, and are there any concerns the board has?
Why, you're looking for a full liquor license?
Yes.
And you're on a, what's he on now?
He's, nothing.
No, he's not licensed, he just owns it.
It's a new business.
Oh, so you're open right now, but you're not serving liquor?
No, no liquor.
Oh, you're not even open?
No, we're open. We're not serving liquor. It's
Okay.
just food right now.
So you're a hookah bar that's currently doing the hookah?
Hookah and food, yes.
Okay. Did the community board ever ask to meet with you?
No.
Okay. Do you know what their,
The objection letter I was given to at my 500-foot hearing, that was the first I heard about it. I went to the community board meeting in September, and I spoke to one of the members who I did go to school with in high school. He said by default, whenever there's a 500-foot, they send a letter of objection.
There's no outdoor service, correct?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an outdoor area here?
No. Everything's indoors.
And you own the building, correct?
Yes, we own the building as well.
Your sister, is Annie your sister?
Yes.
But she's not going to be part of this business?
She's there helping me. We both have our health department licenses for food protection. We both went for our bartending classes, just so, not to micromanage, but to know what's going on in the business, make sure everything is done within the limits of the law.
You're going to have 2 security guards at all times?
Yes.
What are your hours again?
5 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Every day?
For now, if it's slow, we'll probably close for 2 days. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
I'm good.
Huh? 2 a.m. Yeah, why did the community board say something about a secluded backyard? What's that?
They received an anonymous letter complaining that I have a secluded backyard, which the building does, but from outside, you cannot see my backyard. I am at the second building from the corner. The only way you can see it if you're my neighbor or you see it from inside my
What
property.
does that mean, a secluded backyard?
There's
he's
buildings on
gonna
all
do
3 sides.
dastardly things back
Yeah.
there, that's what it means.
It's covered?
No. There's buildings on all 3
Fenced in.
sides. There's
Oh,
no.
it's just fenced in?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is there residents all around in the back area?
Um,
Up above?
No. Residents on the left, residents towards the back in the side street, but there's a business on the right.
Okay, so, but you're clear that there's no service, nothing going on in the backyard?
No, I'm not
Are
allowed to
people
use the
gonna go
backyard, period, because
They don't go out there to smoke?
no.
Is the public, do they have, is that an exit
No,
back
that's
there?
private use for myself. The charcoal we light in the backyard in a charcoal grill for the hookah. We do not use the backyard for any food or anything. There's no outdoor seating.
And no public access at
There's
all?
no public access there, no.
Okay, that's going to be part of the license.
That's fine.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay, all right. Based on that representation, I approve.
I approve as well, 2 a.m. closing and no public access to the backyard.
All right, thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
$23.69, Con Artist Collective.
It's not. It's almost 2 o'clock. I'm gonna be
Yes.
here till 5.
Good afternoon, Glenn Wright for Con Artist Collective. With me is my client, the principal, Brian Shevlin, but I believe there's opposition.
Are they
here?
CB3? CB, not CB3?
Hello. I'm Robert Kummel. I live directly across from Con Artist.
Can you spell your last name first?
Kommel.
Okay.
I've lived in the building for 37 years, since 1978. Previous to that, I lived on East 3rd Street from like 1967 to 70. In both instances, when I moved into these two neighborhoods, they were neighborhoods. Now, I don't consider where I live a neighborhood anymore because of the saturation of establishments serving alcohol. I make a distinction between gentrification and loss of neighborhood. Gentrification, people move in, they see a new area, the prices go up, but the services remain because the people who move in there demand the services, and so you still have a neighborhood. Now, with the influx of all the establishments serving alcohol, there's been a destruction of neighborhood. All the services are priced out. We have very few services. Con Artist is in a place that is previously unlicensed, and they are asking for a beer wine license. And the fact that they are artists have nothing to do with their application for a beer wine license, which means that if they get one, then all the other 50 art galleries surrounding the area within a couple of blocks would say, why don't we have beer wine licenses to help us with the rent or whatever else we want it to help us with? And once those 50 establishments get beer wine licenses, then the boutique clothing stores will say, hey, we need more money to pay our rent because the rents are high. Why don't we have a beer wine license? It goes on, and so you have more and more saturation in a very small area. And as you know, with this area, we don't measure the next alcoholic liquor store or whatever in terms of 0.2 miles or 0.9 miles or 3.2 miles. It's measured in terms of inches. I forgot the next point. But it's a bad precedent. I forgot my next point, so I'm just going to
So
stop
if you
here.
remember, just
Yeah.
take a seat and
Okay.
raise your hand, and I'll call you back up.
Hi, Mr. Kummel didn't mention that he's here on behalf of Lower East Side dwellers.
Hi.
Sorry,
Does he live? He lives across the street from the bar.
Yeah, but he is a member of a group.
I'm familiar with the group, as we all are. But I think the more relevant thing is he lives across the street from the bar.
Well, just to address Lower East Side dwellers, regardless of whether or not he's a card-carrying member, is I believe they sent an email this morning at 9:35 a.m. with some objections to my license. If he is a neighbor...
Your license?
I'm sorry, to my client's license? What?
Well,
Application.
you said your license.
I'm sorry, my client's license. I apologize.
It's a good attorney. You're in it together.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I've been dealing with this for 2 years, if you've read my memorandum on this, so I almost do feel sort of bonded with this. If he was a good neighbor and lived across the street, my client has complied with all the notice requirements of the SLA. He could have walked across the street and spoken to my client and discussed this. He didn't. He waited until 9:35, and a half hour before the board hearing, to send
Well,
an
let's
email.
not focus on him. I mean, I think the community board 3's opposition, if you want to address
I'm
something.
going to address
And
that.
was it, and the first thing is, was it unexpected?
I'm sorry?
Was the opposition unexpected?
No.
Because I expected it.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
You've only been here 4
And
months.
yeah, I've been here
Yeah.
4 months.
No, his opposition that came in this morning, though, was based on facts that were true 2 years ago and are not true now.
Well, then you can correct
It's
this.
an entirely different
Let's just go
license
into- yeah,
application.
let's go
And
into
I'm
the
just saying, if he
substance.
had concerns about my client's method of operation, he could have addressed it with my client. But also, if he lives across the street, he said that there's 150 events going on at my client's premises a year, and that's not
No,
correct.
I believe what the email said was they expect 150, and you can correct us now if that's the.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been no history. There's been a history about.
Well, he doesn't have liquor, so there's no history to go on.
Well, you're saying that if he gets a tavern wine, he's going to actually be able to organize 150
That's what their concern
events?
is.
That's
You
quite-
Why don't you say what he wants to do?
Yeah, why don't
Yeah,
you just
he
give us
will.
the method of operation and
Sure.
stop
Community
worrying
board
about them?
said.
All right, well, I'll
Community
start
board
from
said
the beginning. I mean, my client can get into more detail on the method of operation.
Before you start, though, he had, since I haven't been here that long, has he applied before
No.
for a license?
No, he
Okay.
applied. He went to the community board 2 years ago, and then he had to address some issues. We went back to the community board to get a continued resolution. He didn't appear before the community board again, but they simply reaffirmed their resolution. And then about a little over a year after his original notice, he applied.
Okay.
And then it's been pending a long time with deficiency letters because he's been refining his method of operation to satisfy the State Liquor Authority. He's done major renovations. He's already got his health department permit. We've gone back and forth and clarified this method of operation. So the method of operation that was in the email this morning is completely
Okay, so
outdated.
tell us what it is.
Well, the email this morning talked about the original where only the front portion was going to be used as a tavern wine. It was about 250 square feet. Now, there was a back portion where originally he was going to have artists from the collective have their rented studio space. They sort of had a license agreement for that. He realized that was not workable. So he had an architect get a letter of no objection that they can have 74 persons. He had an architect come in, and he got a food establishment permit consultant, bulletproof, Austin Publicover, come in, completely renovate the place, terminated the license agreements with these other artists, and has turned it into a tavern. We've represented in our papers to the State Liquor Authority he's not going to be running any other business there. Now, this collective is a group of artists that can meet anywhere. They don't meet there. They store some art supplies in the basement. This, for all intents, is a change in his method of operation. It is a tavern. It's been over 2 years since we submitted that, and it has evolved. This is a fairly straightforward tavern wine. Now, of course, he's going to display art by the local artists. That's part of what he's always done. He's been operating for 5 years as a legitimate art gallery. He even said in the CB resolution there's been 175 exhibitions. That means he has had that many over a course of 5 years. I believe that's the confusion about 150 events. It has nothing to do with what they fear, that's a rational fear. That was referred to.
150 events over 5 years, or did you have 150 events in the past year between 2013 and 2014?
No, since we opened 5 years ago, and that's counting other cities, we count.
So since you've opened 5 years ago, how many approximately exhibitions have you had here?
At this location?
This
That
location.
Well, I mean, exhibitions, in other words, we take all the work down and we hang new work up, right?
Okay.
There's probably about 17 a year or so.
17 a year.
Yeah,
Got it.
because we work with other galleries.
Okay.
We, do
But
stuff
at this time, we're not even talking about art exhibitions. We're talking about a straight tavern and wine application?
Well, that's correct, yeah. I mean, this concept of 150 events, I mean, I don't think he's planning on having many events
So
at all.
basically what you're telling us, he's getting out of the art gallery business and into the bar business.
The collective is going to continue. There's a group of artists.
Where?
They're nowhere. They're an organization. They're a group. They're not going to have any rights to this premises. They used to have the rear portion of this premises. Like I said, they had license agreements that they all have the right to jointly use the space for studio space. We've done away with that. That diagram, went away a year ago.
So they don't have the right to use it, but are they going to be able to use it?
No. I mean, as far as they're not going to be barred from going there, but they will have absolutely no legal rights to use it. I mean, the collective meets in other art galleries. They meet in events. They could meet in a park or someone's home. They're a group of people. But the reality.
Well, I think you're missing my question. My question is, are they going to be storing their art supplies there? Are they going to be painting in the back of it?
No. In the basement, they will store their art supplies. They will not be painting on the premises.
Mr. Wright, you're saying that the method of operation and the diagram in this application before the members is no longer accurate?
No, it's been modified through several.
Is what they have? What you're applying for?
Yeah, the diagram you should have, it was originally the small art gallery in the front and the back, these licensed spaces. It's now one large contiguous space. There's no glass partition between the two. We originally had this concept where the
That's
tab.
I just want to make sure that they have.
That's what we have,
Sure,
yeah,
take a
that's
look
what we
at it.
have.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
a straight-up bar, and you
Yeah.
have
That's all I
another
wanted.
straight-up bar on the Lower East Side, nothing to do with artists.
Yeah, I'd like to address that. It's one contiguous space.
It shows. I just
Yeah,
want to make sure that we had the right information.
That's correct. And this went back and forth, and I sent confirming emails to the State Liquor Authority, asking, do we have to renotice the community board? Because it was so different. Now, of course, he's going to continue his mission of exhibiting local artists, so we're not going to be another dive bar. What he's doing is that, unlike the other art galleries on the Lower East Side, he supports, supporting artists. Now, we submitted several letters of support from different arts organizations, from the Lower East Side BID, Fractured Atlas, New York Foundation
You
for
just
the Arts.
said unlike other art galleries. So he's an art gallery serving beer and wine, or he's going to be a beer and wine place just exhibiting art on the wall?
No. What I'm saying is he's unlike other art galleries because he sells.
But he's not an art gallery because he's applying for a tavern
Well,
wine,
and
just straight up
I
bar.
think that's an important distinction because I think their concern, and I'm not going to lie to you, my concern is that if this is an art gallery and all of a sudden all these art galleries are going to become bars, then I'm going to have to lock the doors.
I've heard that, but I mean, I think another.
Well, is he an art gallery or is he a bar?
Yeah.
Because he can't be both.
Yeah. What I was trying to say is that a lot of dive bars, they exhibit local artists' art on their walls and they put a price tag on it and they use that as a stick to get licensed. He has been a legitimate art gallery for years. Now he's complied with the law. He's got his health department permit. He went to the architect. It's a tavern wine. Is he going to continue to support all the young local artists on the walls with a price tag on it?
Well, is he going to have is he going to have artists show up and have people come and view the art and try to sell it like an art opening? Is that the plan? You're not answering my question. You know what I'm talking about. In your art gallery, you have a new show.
Yeah.
You bring the artist in. You invite people to come in. They mill about, and they hopefully buy the artist's paintings. Is that what we're talking about?
On occasion.
Or are we just hanging paintings on the wall that if you're eating and you happen to like the painting, oh, maybe I'll buy it?
Well, that is going to support the local artists, but I mean, on occasion, he can have.
Well, that's what they're
an
concerned
opening.
with, and that's what I'm concerned with.
All right, but I mean, this whole concept, once again, of 150 events. I mean, he can address.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that there are art galleries in the Lower East Side, which we can all agree the Lower East Side has its shares of bars and restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
And their concern is that now all of these art galleries, and I agree with their concern, if he gets a license, they're going to come in and all want one as well.
Okay, but he can address on the historical record how often he changes the art on the walls. He's not going to have an art opening, and I doubt he changes his walls every week. So I mean, the concept of an opening on a frequent occasion, and this concept of the art openings, I mean, this gentleman, if he lives across the street, I would ask him to address honestly how many
Get the
he's
person
had.
across the street. I'm
had.
trying to understand. I don't know why this is so difficult
I don't
because
either.
it's like you're trying to get both ways on this. What we're trying to say is this a bar that will also have paintings, and then once in a while you'll have the artist come in and explain his paintings and then sell his paintings?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing, or is this an art gallery where you're getting community board opposition with art gallery serving wine and beer, so therefore you're saying I'm going to apply for a tavern beer license, but once I get it, it's really going to operate as an art gallery, but we're serving alcohol. So it's very important distinction here.
I would say he's got, when he got the food establishment permit and he built out the food prep area and he had major renovations and he canceled the licensing agreements with the artists, I would say that's a lot more than just an empty representation.
Right,
here
so he's trying to
today.
be right down the middle.
But no, he's not going to be right down the middle. He's going to be a tavern wine. The art's going to be exhibited on the walls, and he certainly.
And I get it, and
hopes
you're
that
saying
he'll
it's
serve somewhat of a
compared to
salon.
dive bars, which use this shtick to get the license and put up any kind of picture here and there. He's actually going to put up legitimate artwork because he's been an art gallery owner for 5 years, right?
Commissioner, as to the dive bar, I see the menu that you've submitted here, and you have $4 cans of Narragansett beer and $5 bottles of East India Pale Ale. I mean, That's not
Well,
far
actually,
from a dive bar,
that goes
$4
to my
cans.
point. That goes to my point earlier that the reason he is seeking the tavern wine license to support the venue is that he sells this art at a very low amount. He's not an upscale art gallery that can survive selling expensive paintings. That's why he originally had the licensing agreement with the young artists. He could not sell these people's art and survive and pay the rent. So,
That's why you keep saying it's
you know,
art gallery.
it's going to cater to a young crowd. He does need that revenue to survive, unlike other art
The
galleries.
galleries in the neighborhood are, selling $15,000 pieces of work or selling $100 pieces of work.
And can you address?
And am I wrong in that most of the food you're going to be serving is all prepackaged and pre-prepared? Are you preparing anything in the tavern?
We currently don't have any plans to prepare food there, no. We're going to be selling pre-prepared food.
All right. So I'm considering this as a straight-up bar application that will have just happen to have paintings hanging.
I haven't addressed the community board opposition yet. Maybe you can explain the concept. If you, maybe I'm not being clear. Maybe you can explain it better.
Well, basically that it's a tavern beer wine that caters to that local artists who produce the work in the Lower East Side. A lot of the people who've kind of been kicked, like what my neighbor is talking about, a lot of the artists who've been kicked out of the neighborhood. This is a venue that's catered to them, giving them a venue to show the work, to meet with each other, to be social in that kind of way. And so we're looking to monetize the business by.
Okay, and how would your revenue help these artists?
Well, I mean, by being able to stay in business, by giving a place to show their work, which the only other places in the neighborhood are $20,000 pieces of work that are,
So you're trying to create, I see you worked at the Soho House. You're trying to create a Soho House environment here for the lower priced
it's not a private
artwork
club.
artists?
Yeah, it's our virtual membership to join a website online to communicate and be involved in all these
Right.
gallery shows and show their work is $5 a month.
Okay, so.
Yeah, many restaurants have communities.
So here's I'm ready to vote because if this were a concept somewhere else than the Lower East Side, I would be supportive to a certain degree. But given the location and given that this was a previously unlicensed premise and given the concern of the community board,
Are you voting?
I am voting.
Oh, okay. I'm not even. I didn't even
Well,
get. It's not an untested concept. I've attached to my memorandum Sensei Gallery. Did you see that?
I'm not saying it's a tested or untested concept. I'm
but you
just saying
said it's
any location
Sensei
that's
Gallery
coming
has
here.
turned into a nightclub bar that has caused problems.
Okay, so then it's already a problem established.
Yes.
Okay, so.
So do you want us to keep citing that? You want me to go back and cite
It's the same
that?
method of operation, whether or not he's a good operator. That does lead me into my next point about my client, has worked for these large companies.
No, I think your client is he'll be a fine operator. It's not him, it's the location. It's what you're asking at this time. And I just can't issue this license given the surrounding area and the number of licenses that are already out there.
Okay, I'd like to address the community board's opposition. When my client.
For those reasons, I vote to deny.
Okay, when my. I mean, I don't understand.
I mean, I've read the community board opposition, and I agree with Commissioner Kim. I'm not even, I don't know that I'm hanging my hat on their opposition. What I'm concerned with is the method of operation and the fact that I don't want to use the word saturated because it's going to come back to bite me, but the area is completely overrun with bars. And I think it's to the point, because I've been down there, that it's almost unlivable on certain nights. And so I do, and as we all know, the buildings are lower, people do live there, like the gentleman that spoke here. And another bar in the neighborhood is not going to help the situation, regardless of what it plans on bringing as far as art or.
Yeah, but it will help.
But I mean, he does have a mission.
I agree with Commissioner Kim that I'm sure he'll be a fine operator, and I would encourage him to go to a downtrodden neighborhood that doesn't need a bar. That does need a bar. I mean, that doesn't
Continue
need.
kicking the artists out. Make sure that the artists
He's
leave
been there for 5 years.
I'm not kicking anybody out. I'm just saying that the place is overrun. You're welcome to continue operating your art gallery. I encourage you to do that, but I don't know that it's a place for a bar.
Well, I feel that the Lower East Side dwellers is a large part of this denial.
I think you're
mean,
completely
you're
incorrect.
familiar
I
with
have
their
not
tactics.
spoken or met with the Lower East Side dwellers since I've been confirmed. I have not even talked to them.
Okay, but you understand their tactics and you understand how dangerous they are.
No, I've been in the neighborhood as you have.
Okay, but it doesn't justify what they're doing, and they were the source of the community board opposition, so.
Can I, for
No,
just
if I
for
could
the
just-
record point, I believe the numbers are that there are 44 licenses, 44. I believe the number was within 0.1 miles?
Okay, you know,
I think that's unprecedented in the city of New York.
I agree, but I just wanted to point out that there are beer and wine licenses that are granted in the resolution area by the community board. Now, when my client went to the community board and was denied, they were being threatened with litigation by the Lower East Side dwellers.
And
We were
that's news to us,
Well,
because we haven't heard that, and nor am I worried about it.
Well, it shouldn't be news because it was all laid out in my memorandum with articles referencing it.
No,
But he was
they're
caught-
not getting along with each other. That I did read.
He was caught in the middle of a turf
Again, our
war,
position
couldn't
isn't
meet
that
with
we're
them,
never going
and they
to
showed up and
issue a
threatened
license.
CB3.
Our point isn't that we're never going to issue a license in the Lower East Side ever again. Our point is that this particular application, it took a while to figure out whether it's a tavern wine, art gallery, whatnot. At this point, given those reasons, given the noise, given the potential for art galleries turning into bars, we
But each
decided on
license has to
those
stand on its
reasons.
own.
Excuse
We
me?
can't-
It
each
is,
license has to
okay,
stand on its
and
own.
it is standing on its own. That the method of operation also wasn't extremely clear, even as I tried to get to the clear answer, and I just think that at this time, there's no benefit to having this open up. So there's no public interest, and I vote to deny. So I think chairman has voted as well, and we have to move on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
2327, Suman Jabahan? It is. Sorry.
No.
Who's that? Oh, it's Mr. Wright.
I know. We'll cause. We could do public.
I really wish we had a network.
I'm sorry, Jackie, the number.
Oh, sorry, 2327, it's a disciplinary?
Yeah, there's a $6,000 no contest conditional offer. This was technically an availing. What it had to do, you know, a low-key Japanese upscale restaurant that has had no adverse history in 8 years, closes at 11 p.m.
Yeah, we accept your offer of
Yeah,
6,000.
There was an
Thank you.
anonymous letter. sent
We
in.
we
Yeah,
accept.
great, thank you.
Thank you.
2348, S&J Liquor Warehouse?
23, what, 28, 40.
Good morning. Jacqueline Boone on behalf of the applicant. I believe Mr. Wright is here as opposition, so I'll allow him to speak first.
Three weeks ago, there was another liquor store, an open floor plan liquor store 1,000 feet away from this applicant that was granted. It was Little Mo.
Who do you represent?
I represent Zingda, and I submitted a memorandum and a notice of appearance that I'm Glenn Wright, and I represent Zingda.
Yeah, we
And-
have it.
Yeah, okay, great. And the liquor store 3 weeks ago was an open floor plan, Little Mo's. At the time that they came before this board and they received this approval, there was discussion about another open floor liquor store 1,000 feet away from them that had recently closed. It had not in fact closed. They were closed temporarily. The license was never surrendered. They reopened.
Which one was that?
That's J&J Wine Consulting. This was in my memorandum. I attached an exhibit
Oh, I got it, okay.
of the photos from October 5th and October 8th that they're currently open. J&J, even though the last license was granted on the assumption they were closed, they were only granted in June of 2014. So in the last about 15 months, there have been 2 new open floor liquor stores granted in this neighborhood. That now brings the total of the number of liquor stores, including the newly approved that has not even had an opportunity to open yet, 8 within 2,400 feet.
Okay, thank you.
And
We'll
Oh, you said-
come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. S&J Liquor Warehouse is intending to be an open floor liquor store.
Not the applicant, right?
I'm sorry?
Who are you?
I'm the attorney representing the applicant.
Is the applicant here?
No, she's a nurse and wasn't able to get
Can you
time
put your
off
name
today.
on the record, please?
Jacqueline Boone with the Law Office of Andrew Romano.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
While I respect Mr. Wright and think his point should be taken into consideration, it is my belief that his client is actually looking to sell his location or sell his business. And as such, I'm not sure what interest Mr. Wright or his client would have in my client's application. They are the closest liquor store to the applicant. However,
That would be the interest.
but they're selling their location. They're looking to sell
But
their
it's
location.
more valuable if you don't open up. That's the interest.
But I think
So
that
I
there's-
mean, whether they're selling or not, it's not
Doesn't
really
really
relevant to
matter.
us.
The applicant would be the only liquor store on that block. Looking at the map, there is a hospital located directly behind the applicant. In addition to that, we are
Wait, what do you
on-
mean they're the only applicant on the block? There's Little Mo Wine, 1125 Nostrand Avenue.
I'm actually not familiar with Little Mo.
They just approved
Gotcha.
last
Okay.
month.
Well, there are 5 places in between Winthrop and Hawthorne on Nostrand Avenue that sell food. Right after Winthrop, there's a Key Food, a supermarket. It would be my opinion that there should be more than just a couple of liquor stores in the area for people to also buy liquor in addition to food. The supermarket is located directly next to the train station, and in addition to that, like I just said, there is a hospital which is directly behind the applicant's proposed location. There's more than enough foot traffic for more than 1 or 2 liquor stores to operate in the area with no one sales going down.
Do you have a good map with you by any chance?
I have this one.
Could I see that, please?
Probably better.
It's probably better than what we have. It's hard to tell. Thank you.
The opposition store is located at 1318 Nostrand, which is a block over from ours. That location is different from ours in that that location is a bulletproof store. It is my belief that the store is not open a majority of hours during the week. In addition to that, there are pedestrians that lurk in front of the store, for lack of a better word. I do not believe that these people are employees or agents of Zingda Liquors. And I just, not only myself, but my applicant feels like they would bring a lot of business to Nostrand Avenue. Not to mention that there was a funeral home that was located on the corner of Nostrand and Hawthorne, which was recently torn down and built into commercial stores. Those stores are now beginning to be leased for business, and there's a lot more foot traffic in the area.
What does your client intend to sell?
I'm sorry?
What does your client intend to sell?
Liquor and wine?
Well, that's all they legally, what kind can sell? So what kind of liquor and wine?
I'm sorry, she hasn't told me yet.
Mr. Wright, you had mentioned that, and I know I heard you, but I didn't write it down. Which one of these are bulletproof and which ones are open? I know Little Mo's is open.
Little Mo's and J&J Wine Consulting are open. I think out of the other nearest 4, they're bulletproof. Is that correct?
And your client's is bulletproof?
My client's is bulletproof. He does disagree with her description of his store, that there's people loitering around outside. He doesn't have any plans to sell it. I know you said that's irrelevant. I would just submit you have two new open floor plans, and there's no specific, I mean, the applicant isn't even here to address.
Yeah, no, well,
whether or not
I
they're
think,
going to-
Mr. Wright, can you hold on, please?
Sure.
I'm ready to vote, actually, so. We just licensed, literally a few weeks ago, a month ago, Little Mo Wine, which is 0.2 miles away on Nostrand Avenue, 1125 Nostrand Avenue. We have 1318 Nostrand Avenue, Xingdao Liquor. So this proposed applicant, 1222 Nostrand Avenue, would be right in the middle of these, and both are 0.2 miles away from the proposed applicant. You know, before we issued the license to Little Mo Wine, this might have been more there might have been a more favorable view on this particular location, but given that we've just licensed that, and the sommelier, the third closest, has reopened less than 0.3 miles away, I just don't see the need for an additional store at this time, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well, based on those justifications, and the sales of the surrounding stores are all going down or flat, of the four closest that we have numbers on. So I just don't see the public advantage to another store. So I vote to deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie, can we send somebody out to that sommelier, please? They're still not responding to these things?
You may have already done that. 2373 Family Foods Market.
73.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Nackmius. I'm the attorney for the applicant, and with me I have the owner of the supermarket, Juan Torres. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the application. It's a supermarket located at 536 Beach 25th Street. It was previously licensed by the applicant's brother, Andres, and Andres sold the business to Juan in about late 2013. They were previously licensed to sell beer only.
So why don't we skip all that and go right to the
skip the chase.
avail.
So
They were selling beer without a license or they were selling beer with the other guy's license for quite some time.
So what happened was Juan had given another person, Mr. Vasquez, the application to submit. And when the application was completed and ready to submit to your agency, Mr. Vasquez got sick, and he never submitted the paperwork, but didn't tell Mr. Torres about that. So they operated without knowing that the paperwork wasn't getting processed.
For how long?
Couple of months. And they're not selling any alcohol now, any beer now.
Thank goodness.
Yes. As far as the area goes, there's a liquor store closer to the subway. There's another supermarket close by, but for religious reasons, those operators don't sell alcohol. And I believe there's a small, is it a deli or something, on the other side of the train tracks that sells beer. And then the next closest one, I believe, is maybe 10 blocks away. So for the residents on the side of the train where Mr. Torres' store is, and those people walking into that residential neighborhood, it is an asset to the community for that reason. And also for Mr. Torres, it would be a boost in sales and help him recover from some of the losses that the store had sustained, although it was a long time ago, but during Hurricane Sandy, they lost all their food and they were out of business for a couple of months. So
your client incorporated in July of 2013, and it appears that the other corporation was dissolved in January of 2010.
That license
it's-
filed, yeah.
well, I have
So Lupita was dissolved by proclamation on January 25th, 2012. Is that who your client bought the business from? Was Lupita Corp?
No, they bought it from Far Rockaway Food Corp., which had a New York State Liquor Authority license that was effective as of October 10th, 2013, and was supposed to expire September 30th, 2016. But later.
So when did your client buy that?
He had purchased. He took over the store in November of 2013, and that's.
So why did he file for a corporation in July of 2013?
He wanted to have a new corporation for the supermarket, and then transfer.
So he did it 3 months early. He filed 3 months early for the corporation.
You can
At
speak
that
to
time,
that.
me and my brother, we just had a verbal agreement. So I went and filed for the corporation.
See, what I'm trying to figure out here is how long you were selling beer without having a license, and I believe it was longer than a couple months.
I I took over the business in November 2013.
Hey, but your brother had said that he had sold it in August 2013.
No, that's when we made the agreement. I wasn't there on the business. We made a verbal agreement.
No, you made a verbal agreement, but you signed the purchase agreement in November.
That's when we.
So, but
that's
you-
when we finalized that I decided I was gonna take the store.
When he would sign the purchase agreement, that would effectively be the time where he would be selling the,
You would think.
selling it
except-
unlicensed.
Except what we found previously, a board where we weren't on, the board found that there was a veiling in August 2013, correct?
And, as in like a grand opening? A veiling?
No, a veiling meaning that somebody who's not licensed is selling alcohol as if they were the licensee. So
That
you're
I,
availing
oh,
of the
availing,
liquor
I see.
license, yeah, availing.
That I'm not aware of. The only thing I have in my papers here is that there was a New York State Liquor Authority granted to Far Rockaway Food Corp. From October 2013. Perhaps they were.
Who is the owner of Far Rockaway? Andre Torres.
Andre Torres.
Right. So Andres Torres is your brother. He was but he said, he told our investigator that he sold the store in August 2013. You're saying you had a verbal agreement that nothing happened till November. So you signed it, and so you started taking over business in November, you're saying? And then, but if you were, and
I
then.
mean, it says the cigarette registration was in August of 2013, and that was you.
We filed for the state cigarette license, yes.
And you did it in August.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do it unless you own the store.
Mr. Basque, which was my representative, he told me that we could file for until we have our number figured out how we was gonna do it. He said we could,
Availing
I could
charges
apply for the
November
cigarette license, that way
Does that mean? that
when
it was
everything was
clean
done, I
license?
would have the cigarette.
I mean, do you understand what's going on here? We have to be able to trust you to give you a license. We're trying to figure out how long you were owner of the store without a license.
I started the business.
And it seems here, since your brother identified himself as a manager for you in August of 2013, that you owned the store in August of 2013.
No, at that time, my brother owned the store.
Then why is he telling our investigator he's the manager?
He still was in the store with me. He's still in the store with me.
Yeah. Okay, so even if he told our investigators in August 2013, you weren't charged till November 1st. So from November 1st, how long did you operate before you got your license?
I don't have it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, before you had applied for a license. Oh, so in March, we came in and we discovered that you were operating it starting in November. So November, December, January, February, March, 5 months.
No, I think it's August, and I'm going
So
to that.
5
I'm
to
going back
7
to
months.
August.
Okay. So it's 5 to 7 months, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
It's either 5 or 7, right?
The thing that.
All right, I'm ready.
Even 1 is bad.
When I decided I was gonna take the business, we went to the accounting, we signed all the paper. We went to a lawyer's office, and he was going to submit the paper to you guys. To my behalf, I told him I had to submit the paper to you guys, but he went sick. He had back cancer, unfortunately, he has passed away. And I never was notified that I wasn't sent it.
I think,
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
I mean, I think some of the issue,
He's now corrected everything and done what we've told him to.
yeah, I mean, I think the issue was that he just didn't understand, the brothers didn't understand their legal roles at certain points during
And now, why did your
2015.
brother sell it over to you then? Why is?
He was planning to move from New York. At that time, he was.
Did he move?
He haven't moved yet.
I mean, you know,
There's no other reason he's not prohibited from holding a license or anything, right?
No.
He hasn't been arrested for a felony or anything? Okay, fine. So given these circumstances, you know, the story about your attorney having cancer, passed away, not being able to submit the papers, ultimately, it is your responsibility. In this case, it is just a beer situation. I'll vote to approve it.
I'll vote to approve it as well. I mean, you're responsible for this. So the fact that you didn't hear anything from the liquor authority because you thought your attorney did it isn't going to hold water next time. So,
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
2354, BAC 115 Corp.
Elke Hoffman for the applicant. BAC 115 Corp. is here for an upgrade to full liquor. They are essentially here because this is a location on St. Mark's. They had applied to the community board in 2013 for an upgrade, and at that time it was indicated that it had been too soon and they should come back.
Did that go to us, or is that just?
No, that was the community board. As requested at the time, they never submitted an application here, and so it went back this year to the community board. This year, when we went to the community board, there were, I think, 27 letters of support from immediate area residents, and I think 7 people, seven people showed up at the meeting in support at Community Board 3's SLA committee meeting.
And how many were against?
None.
Other than the community board?
Well, yeah, so when we get there, so there
Oh,
was.
I'm sorry, we have opposition too. Is that, oh, you're not? Oh, you're for? Why don't you come up then and put it on the record?
If you stand there, you're in opposition. If you stand on that side.
Just put your name, and if you have something to say, go ahead.
Sure, I'll try to keep it short. So I've lived in the East Village for going on 5+ years. Oh, I apologize, Chris Decker. Lived in the East Village for a while, most recently a little over a year ago. Moved directly above the bar. Moved there with my wife. You know, we've been patrons. You know, I think it's a big benefit to us because they do serve food very late. We've always found it to be a very hospitable environment. I've entertained work parties and colleagues there as well. So I just kind of wanted to come and voice my support, as I didn't have an opportunity last time when they met to the community board to do so. And again, it's been a great establishment. I've seen a lot recently. A lot of bars go out of business on the street. A lot of taped up windows, and I'd like to make sure we keep this one and give them the full benefit and opportunity we can.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Shupak. I've been a resident of the East Village for 8-9 years. I'd just like to echo the same sentiment. It's a local bar that I go to, and very nice to have it there, and great food, and local people go there. So it's not...
Where do you live in relation to the
I
bar?
live on 2nd Avenue, between 3rd and 4th Street.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
So one of my questions is, what are your hours now, and what are they going to be? Are they going to remain the same?
So, do you want to address the hours? I think that they're currently open. Well, there's currently no restrictions. They've had this license from sort of before, and there was never an agreement with the community board. I know they're open.
And I don't know that I'm going to restrict them now. I'm just wondering. It wasn't on the application.
Right now, we close about 12:30, 1 during the week.
During the week and 3 on the weekends, right?
There were no hours put in.
Okay.
And there was a letter from the precinct. I don't know if it made it to you in time as well, confirming that there have been no 311 or 911 complaints. I don't know if you have this.
You had a sale to minor recently?
Oh, okay. Members?
Yes.
You restricted them.
You restricted them to midnight.
It was
in 2011.
Oh, not me. Oh, I was
Okay,
thinking
but
where
you
I
were
was.
the board, so there was restrictions on
I don't
spot.
recall there being a restriction.
Application approved, subject to premise to be closed at midnight.
No, that was, I think, what the applicant at the time had asked for.
That's
what the board agreed to.
It was agreed to by the members.
Okay. I remembered handling that one. I don't remember.
Okay.
Well, no, but that means they need to be closed at midnight, right?
They're supposed to be.
And we had filed, I think, corporate changes and changes of method of operation and DBA.
So how do you handle that if they're currently closing at 3?
Oh, I can't even look it up on the computer.
No, we can't.
Do we just, I'm ready, whatever you want to do.
All right, you go.
No.
So,
I mean, this was a circumstance, when we went to the community board too, and I appeared at that committee meeting, there was quite a bit of discussion among the committee members that this is one of the cases in which they seem to actually meet the public benefit criteria. It's not sort of a bridge and tunnel place. It's a small establishment, and there was quite overwhelming support, but then ultimately the committee decided that it's just been their policy to not approve St. Mark's and that they weren't going to deviate. So this was one of the few times in which the committee was actually divided, and there were several committee members that actually thought that he did meet the threshold for showing public benefit. It's pretty unusual. There were even a couple more people who signed up to speak here this afternoon, but they had to leave and get back to the office because we've run so late. There were, I think, 4 people from the immediate building on St. Mark's that came out to support an upgrade.
No, and there's a lot of correspondence from residents, most of whom seem to live on St. Mark's, in support as well.
Correct.
I assume you're father and son because you
Correct.
look very much alike.
This is Greg Nardello and Greg Nardello.
All right, well, the hours are kind of, I mean, I'd like to know exactly what the hours are. As the chairman was asking, if you keep the same hours as you're operating now, and we've had, aside from the sale to minor charge, people out in support, overwhelming support, then I'd be inclined to approve it. I just would like to clarify the hours, given that we also have a restriction on the other vote. Yeah, we can always amend it, which is what I want to do now, but make it very clear.
What, 2 o'clock?
What do you want?
They're supposed to be, oh, I'm not even going to say. Why don't you tell us what you
tell
want?
us what you do now. What do you do now?
And 4 is not really an option, so.
We don't need to be open past 2 on the weekend. I want to be open.
Okay, good. So how
yeah,
about
that's good for
2 on Thursday through Saturdays? Is that good? And 1 on Sunday through Wednesdays? Yeah? Okay. I'll approve. Based on those.
And I'll approve as well. I mean, not only did you have 2 people here, and it sounds like there were 2 other people here, you have a list of
67 at least.
of signatures, most of whom seem to live on St. Mark's Place. You actually have someone who lives in your building, which is surprising. So it obviously must be a quiet restaurant, or he likes to hang out there. And we also have a lot of correspondence from people that live on the street as well. So whatever, I mean, I understand the community board's point, but it's clear that this was not a place that they need to be concerned about. So with those restrictions, I'll approve as well.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
2352, K&J Liquor.
CNJ.
52.
It's
The Bronx.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Marmol. I have been at that location for more than 20 years and buy and sell gold. In the last 4 years, my business started to decrease.
I'm sorry, where are you, where, you're the applicant? Or are you in opposition?
No,
You're applying for the license?
yes,
Okay, and you're here in opposition? This is for 1183?
B. Morrison Avenue.
Yeah, and you're here in opposition to that? Okay, ma'am, we'll hear from the opposition first, and then we'll let you speak.
She just said she's been there for 4 years.
She's a jewelry store.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mayo Bane Hernandez. I'm the husband of the licensee at CNJ's Liquor Store, Inc., located at 1613 Westchester Avenue. And I'm here in opposition. I've submitted some documentation. I was hoping you guys got it.
We did.
Okay, is the map clear?
The map is here, yes.
Okay, perfect. So basically, in the surrounding proximity, I think within approximately a quarter of a mile, we have at least 5 stores. The proposed location is actually, I don't know exactly how you measure the distance, but if you go by a straight line, is around 200 feet. We submitted, my wife and I, Jalitza, a letter explaining the history behind before we got licensed, which was, I believe, mid-January
2014.
2014. Prior to that, we were actually trying to purchase a business from an existing licensed DD Spirits Enterprises, Inc. And unfortunately, they, in the process of trying to purchase, they were charged with a bailing. And the purchase fell through the cracks, leaving us with a lease in hand, unfortunately, was a precipitated move. And we incur a lot of liabilities because the wait time was, it was substantial. The fact of the matter is that we are surrounded by two major highways, actually a parkway, which is Bronx River Parkway. And if we were to position the compass as if you guys are north, Bronx River Parkway is about 1 block north. And right across the bridge, there's an existing location there, which it might be the only one where you could see increasing sales, especially during the time that DD Spirits was struggling and the time that we were actually waiting for my wife's license. And to the west, we have Buckner Expressway, which right by there, there's a very large school as well, and there's a very large park. And personally, I do not see how another store about 200, 250 feet away from ours, from my wife's, and I'm sorry about that, we would actually provide public convenience and advantage. In the same manner, I actually submitted a list of a few stores that were closed in the area. And during the time that DD Spirits was struggling, and I do know the store because in 2002, when Domingo Disla actually purchased that store from Gilberto Hernandez, I worked there. And therefore, that's why I advised my wife that it would be a good location to start a small business. She's a school teacher, and she's actually the lead teacher and also the coach for 2 grades, and today she had a major training with the teachers and she couldn't be here, so that's why I'm representing her.
Okay.
Finally, the location that was actually approved on 1262, I believe, Morrison Avenue, which is very, very close, I think it closed down. And my final statement would be that allowing a store to open so close to us would actually guaranteed that either both businesses will fail or one of us would be out of business in the next 12 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So to answer my major question is, how is it in the public convenience and advantage to move 275 feet next to another liquor store?
Well, I've been on the location for more than 20 years. In the last 4 years, my business started to decrease. My customers and neighbors started to motivate me to put a liquor business because they feel frustrated when they visited the closest store at the north side of Westchester Avenue. First, they felt inconvenience that when they exit the train or the bus at the corner of Westchester and Morrison Avenue, they have to cross the street just to find to that store what they're looking, to carry in. Most of the time, store was closed or didn't have the merchandise or the liquor that they're asking.
Which store are you talking about?
C&J.
C&J.
My store is small, but I have the possibility of carrying more merchandise because I have a basement, as you can see in the picture submitted in my application. Also, there is parking available on Morrison Avenue and virtually impossible to find parking on Westchester Avenue.
Okay, is there anything, are you an open store or bulletproof store? Are you going to be
It's closed and it's bulletproof.
Are you bulletproof as well? You're open? Oh, they're all bulletproof. Got it. Okay. Is there any product that you're going to sell that's different from C&J? What, is there any kinds of spirits or wines that you're going to sell that they don't sell currently?
I'm gonna go according to all my clients, customer, I'm gonna carry what they're asking me to carry into the store.
Okay. All right, ready? All right, we, C&J is 276 feet away from the proposed applicant. Even within 0.5 miles, we have 5 stores. The two closest have declining sales. The third is flat. There's no new product mix being offered. And I just don't see any added public convenience or advantage, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. There's actually 4 stores within 0.3 miles. The second closest store was just licensed in late 2012, and it's obvious that their sales have been declining, and that's a 5,000 square foot store. And a store that size should be doing better than those numbers. That's a bulletproof 5,000 square foot store? Savannah Sports Liquors? Oh. So I vote to deny as well. I don't see any public advantage or convenience.
Thank you.
2378 Stone Hospitality Group. It's a request for reconsideration.
2378.
2378.
Must be up here.
I like your sweatshirt.
Thank you. Thank you. So is it available? Do we have a certificate of distribution? Oh, right, we don't have anything. All right.
All right, so
Your name, please?
Johnny Velasquez, the owner of Studio 735. I believe my case is pretty straightforward.
Well, first question, we both read it, and it is straightforward. Do you have a certificate of disposition yet?
I submitted it.
So we do have it?
I submitted it.
Okay, but you did submit it.
And I also emailed it. I also have a liquor package store application, so I also emailed it to the investigator so he could put it in my file as well.
So,
Yes.
was it dismissed?
What was
or-
the disposition?
Yes, it was dismissed.
This was a domestic dispute?
No, it was a assault in the family assault piece.
A domestic dispute.
But it was dismissed. I was the wrong place one time. They just arrest everybody in the household.
So, and we did, I reviewed emails that we did tell him to do exactly what he's doing, correct? So I'll grant the reconsideration.
I'll grant it.
Thank you.
Return to licensing, correct?
Return to licensing, yep.
All right, thank you.
As of September 29th, we didn't have the certificate. of
Yeah, but I can't even check, so at least this way, even if we have to do another.
2367 M&V Grocery Corp.
Bad, sometimes it can be not as bad.
2360?
2367.
Good afternoon. Efren Marty representing Bernardo Martinez from M&V Grocery Corp. This location has been a grocery store for many years. I don't believe there's been any problems there. Mr. Martinez is a good operator, and he intends to continue to run a good establishment.
I think there was a sale to minor in June 2014.
Yeah, I think that was with the previous owners.
Same thing.
Oh, you weren't party to that?
No.
Previous owner?
Proposing, but he just restrict to the hours, which I.
Yeah, have you met with the mayor in Hempstead?
I don't believe so, no. But I know he wants all of these licenses to go before the full board.
I'm sorry, I thought the sale to minor was at the previous location.
Yeah, I have that the principal had a sale
it's
to
at the
minor in
Dominican Deli.
I'm sorry?
2014.
That's, I think, 193 Deli?
193 Baldwin Road.
Right, right, they're buying the store from these people.
No, but I have the proposed location has a sale to minor in 2014, and I had that the principal had a sale to minor. You were not in a store when there was a sale to minor? Did you used to work at a deli?
Dominican Deli.
Yeah,
was
but
his.
he worked at a different.
He's the licensee.
And you never had a sale to minor there?
Yes, he did.
Oh, he was telling me that was at that location, but he was not there.
But it was his license.
It was his license, but
Okay.
he wasn't involved in that sale, no.
That's
He's involved. It's
doesn't
his
matter.
license.
Okay.
I guess it's worse if you are involved in the actual sale, but
Right.
it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, that's the mayor's stuff, sorry.
So
What's the hours he wants limited?
What are your hours here?
It's going to be from 7 a.m. till 10.
7 a.m. till 10 p.m. every day of the week?
Every day, Sunday, no?
Sunday, 8 to 9.
Sunday, 8 to 9.
Also, I believe the reminder is that you have a grocery store, so that people cannot be consuming alcohol.
Absolutely, yeah, just a grocery store.
But that is a really big issue in this neighborhood, so
I understand.
please understand that you've been
We explained that
advised.
to him, yes.
All right, so, and then, based on those hours, can we put that on as well? Okay. I'll approve, based on those hours.
I'll approve as well based on the hours. I just want to reemphasize that the mayor comes here generally for these. If one of them turns into a problem, then we start getting phone calls. So anybody in Hempstead is going to be on a short leash, I can tell you that. So you obviously you've had an issue in your past with a license, and it looked like it was only one issue, but I would make sure you don't have any more.
Absolutely.
Okay, good luck.
So it's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I see.
Even though it's not legal, that's what they do.
I know that, but what are the hours?
Oh.
I don't see where
On
he's.
I'm not on those ones, it's one above. Hold on. 2306, S&B Lifestyle.
Who put this calendar together?
They're piling it on.
Chairman, Commissioner, Madam Secretary, Ms. Fleur,
Mr. Katsouris.
you had quite an eventful day today.
It's not even over yet.
Your case is just like
Did you
the
see
best
that?
out of all of them.
Sustained.
I laid out my case in my application to controvert.
Mr. Katsouris, again, you're arguing a due process violation in our hearings because it's your position PCI Mariquin didn't testify and therefore your client's been denied due process?
That's one of the positions, yes.
That's one of, do you genuinely believe that position and the cases that you
I
cited
really
support
do.
that position?
I really do, and if necessary,
Okay, because the cases that you cited to don't support that position.
well, I believe they do.
That's a beautiful thing about the law, right?
All right, I sustain the charges. I have
Which ones, Commissioner?
sustained all of them.
All
One,
of them,
2,
even
3,
the
and
first
4.
charge?
Sure.
But there's no definition of what adult entertainment is?
Well, I think we discussed this last night, that you know it when you see it.
I heard that before.
Yeah, I did too,
Yeah.
by a much smarter man than me.
I assume your client and the community board had a discussion about what adult entertainment was when
Absolutely.
they entered into the
It was
stipulation?
topless entertainment. There is no topless entertainment.
That's not the words of the stipulation. It
I
doesn't
know what
say
the words
topless.
say.
Did you
That's what
represent
it-
them at the
I
community board?
certainly did. That was the intent of the parties. At the
Well,
time, I represented other establishments that were in fact full adult entertainment establishments. And adult entertainment establishments under that definition were topless entertainers.
Well, based on the findings of fact that I read, I'm finding that I'm agreeing with the ALJ that there was adult entertainment, and I would encourage you to get a better definition for us if you can. We'd certainly defend that.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I think the burden is on the person bringing the charges in order to lay out the charges, and you can't just go into a hearing on the blind saying, well, what is the definition?
I don't think they did. I think that
The State Liquor Authority doesn't have a definition. You can't go to a hearing or be prosecuted for a crime unless you know what is it that you're being charged with.
I think it was clear in the hearing that what the adult entertainment was. I think it was clear in the stipulation as well, and I think your client knew he was doing adult entertainment. You may disagree, but women dancing in their underwear,
The woman had something in her tush, bent over, having people throw money in it, Mr. Katsouris. I think any
That
court
is
would say
not-
that's adult
Ms.
entertainment.
Fluke, tell me what the definition is of adult entertainment. I
go
think
with-
you're
you
entitled
know it
to
when
know
you
that.
see it.
I think something maybe that you would not want a child to see?
I don't know what that means.
okay, well, we can sit here and argue, and there's
Yeah, so
certainly
I
a better way to
sustained
go
the
about this.
charges, and I was 3,500.
I'll agree, 3,500.
I hope all the balance of your cases are as entertaining as this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
2332 and 2386, they're related as they're the same premises. La Estufa? You are.
There was an email today during the meeting sent from the police precinct
But
regarding.
is that part of the hearing, or the first one is for a bounce check?
It's 32 and what number?
The other one's 86.
86, on number 86.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Kim, Chairman Bradley, and Council Flung, and Ms. O'Brien and myself.
Council Flug.
I'm sorry, did you put your name on the record?
Oh, Aurelia Tavares, I'm the expediter on there's two portions, there's two cases. One is one for his violations, which are being handled by an attorney, Parisi, which will be replaced by Alexis Schott. I'm just here on the bounce check, which I proffered to Ms. Held to resolve the bounce check during the renewal process.
That's for 2332. She had tendered a money order for replacement funds in full and also a money order for $500 if the board is inclined to settle the matter for a $500 fine.
The improper conduct charge,
Yeah, the back check.
which happened in August?
Yeah, that's when the check was returned by the bank.
So the licensee is not here, and Mr.
He's-
Parisi is not
The
here.
licensee is here. Mr. Parisi is not here. And actually, the applicant didn't really know that it was here, it was today because Mr. Parisi failed to inform him, so I called the other attorney to assist him, and the other attorney's in court. His name is Alexis Schott, and I can offer the authority his information should you.
I don't think we have a notice of appearance from that
Um,
attorney. We still have Guy Parisi as the attorney of record.
You're asking for an adjournment, correct?
He wasn't aware of the.
No, he's not,
You're asking for an adjournment.
kind of on his game. We'd like to sever it for the two cases and then adjourn and proffer the $500 as a penalty for the bounce check.
Separate cases.
Thank you.
Why do you need an adjournment?
Because he's,
I know, I understand that, but this is there's already been a hearing, correct?
Correct.
Do we have a controversion? Is that what he's?
But there's no controversion, and there's nobody here.
if I may add, Chairman Bradley, Mr. Parisi has represented two more people that I am aware of. He's not handling these cases properly. He doesn't show up, he doesn't answer calls, he doesn't answer emails. And I don't want to
for the Bar Association, that's
Yeah,
not
I don't
for
want to
me.
I don't want to excuse the applicant for violations. I would just like an opportunity so that he could controvert the evidence and have a counsel that's actually responsive, if I may be offered that
Mr.
opportunity.
Parisi had no problem showing up on every day of this hearing and conducting the hearing.
$1,000, right?
He didn't even know there was a hearing today. Ms. Flung.
So I think they took it on themselves. That'll be
Oh, so they made 500? Okay, all right. So you want to sever it and take 500
Yeah.
for the first one?
Yeah,
All right.
I was
All
going to
right,
say
so 2332, 500.
$500.
And we'll grant the adjournment till the next meeting.
Is there any idea when the next meeting, or you'll notify us?
Election day.
Election day?
November 3rd.
Oh, okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want us to notify Mr. Parisi on this matter?
Yes, please.
The precinct may want to show up.
I don't think there's going to be a need for them to show up.
2298, Melody Cafe and Restaurant.
Say that again, Jackie, I'm sorry.
2298. I'm not rushing you, but yeah, I'm rushing you.
The licensee, Timothy Allenwick, good afternoon.
Confusing.
With me is the president of the licensee.
Okay, let's see. No food, kitchen not in operation.
Have you Googled at all your client's restaurant? Because it clearly shows that it's a nightclub by all the promotions and advertisements that I saw within 2 seconds.
Well, that's why he filed the method of operation change and put DJ on it and.
Supposed to be approved first, though.
Yeah, it's a full menu there, it's a
Well-
kitchen.
No, no, no.
One thing at a time.
What I'm saying is, I think it was 6 days after the pleading was brought, he went and filed. He sent the notice to the community board, I'm sorry, and then he filed, 30 days after that for the method of operation change.
Was it approved?
It's not approved yet. It's still pending.
But so he was operating as a nightclub with promoted events. And you've
He-
submitted a no contest plea, so the members could simply impose their penalty.
Right.
So Right. Right.
You know, he's had a clean record. He's been there, I think he's been operating for 7 or 8 years. He's had a clean record for 5 years.
So what happened? Well, I mean, this isn't just one charge. There's a number of charges here. Since 2013?
Yeah. So when did he start operating as a nightclub?
I don't really think he's operating as a nightclub. He has a full menu. We have the floor plans. There's a DJ booth. There's no dance floor. There's no allegations of dancing in here.
The promotions that I saw on the internet would not lead anybody to believe that it's a sit-down restaurant.
It's full tables throughout.
It's clearly not what he applied for, let's put it that way. I mean, from what I understand, the questionnaire has dining music, no security personnel, and no DJ booth or stage.
I mean, I know this is a big theme now, that it's a problem for the authority. I understand. Hold on, please.
Well, the bigger problem is not just the theme, but it's what he applied for.
Well, no, but he's an
You can't just go
entrepreneur.
change it.
Right, but, you know, he's an entrepreneur, he's running the business, and he's reacting to what, you know, his customers want, and what.
Which
what
is
the-
fine,
the
but
market
just
will
apply.
bear.
Community
So-
feels that they were told they were going to get a restaurant, and instead they have a club.
You said the community board?
The community.
Okay. I mean, he's working to fix everything. He's very involved. He's there all the time. There are, like I said, these are the first violations. It was a March operation, so there's a number of things here, but, you know, we're looking for a reasonable fine, and I think that's probably what's holding up the application as well, because there's pending discipline. And then he can, you know, continue to try to fix everything.
Is he going before the community board for the change?
No, I sent it to them.
They haven't
So
contacted.
you guys send me the letter. They approve it.
I got that
I'm
one.
waiting for here to approve.
They already approved the change?
Community board, yes.
They gave you a letter?
Yes, 3 months ago. you know.
Do we have a letter, Kerry?
I have no idea. Can't get into the network.
Okay. Oh, right. We're down.
The only, I'll check on the method of operation change. The only ones I have.
Community board work, can you just wait, please?
I'm sure that
There's a question.
this was coming to the board, that's why.
Yeah.
I don't think you
Oh,
won't
yeah.
act on them with this many.
No, no.
These are,
But I had acted on all the ones I had. I just got.
All right, well, look, I mean, did have a good history before all of this, but he's got to stick to his method of operation that's been approved until a new proceeding happens. 22, what are we, am I on the wrong one?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
2298, right?
Melody.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
Yeah,
bad, my bad.
see, this is why he's
That's
getting
why.
concerned. The
That's why
guy he was looking at had a lot worse than you did.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That was pretty bad, too.
Yeah, but nothing like the one you were looking at.
Sorry. Okay, no security and method of operation. So I think that's really the big issue here. Security arrested. Oh, and your security were all arrested, right? That's what happened here. 4 security guards on that
There were
instance.
3 warrants or something, apparently. I think they were summons
So
warrants.
you now using a licensed security company?
He's in the process of doing
Well,
it.
but you shouldn't be doing that because that's not a method of operation that's been approved yet, right?
Correct. But I mean, when
Let's
he's,
just
when
be
it's
clear
approved,
on
then
that.
he will,
Okay.
he's going to use a company, so there's no mistakes.
All right. What do you have, 7,500?
Mm-hmm.
7,500.
Thank you.
7,500, agreed.
Oh, yeah, this other guy. Thank you.
2322, Mystery Enterprises.
Glad you caught me on that.
Oh, my, I thought you were going to
You here for a particular item? You too? No.
I got in. Good afternoon.
Okay, no, no.
Commissioner, Chairman. I'm up here, I stuck around to advocate a reduction in the submission of the civil penalty based upon the circumstances. Licensee, which was not before you, in fact, there was another inspection conducted by the Riverhead Police Department. They received a letter of accommodation that they took care of it. You're probably not going to see another case like this for some time. It's pretty clear.
Who's the 14-year-old?
No, that wasn't a 14-year-old.
Yes, it was.
No, 17.
No, they left the 14-year-old in charge and ran off.
Board objection?
Yeah, you say 17, we said 14.
No, again, this was based upon conversation that I had with Mr. Alvarado, I didn't even go to the bill of particulars because the clients didn't deny it.
Well, whoever it was, who was the person that was working in the store? Was it her son?
No, no, it wasn't her son. They have 2 children. I don't know who the clerk was, but they do have some part-time helpers in the store. I didn't realize it was 14. If I knew it was 14, I would have had the answer for you. But I thought it was 17, and I thought it was someone who was probably just working part-time at the store. So, but it doesn't change the fact pattern. It's still the same scenario. And they didn't.
But there is a big difference between a 14-year-old.
I recognize that, but again, it's the same principle, and I think you
No,
can
I
be
mean, it
assured-
does kind of change the fact pattern because a 14-year-old's not allowed to sell alcohol, which is what happened here.
Right, and either is a 17-year-old.
To an underage person.
No, I know, either is a 17-year-old, so it's the same principle.
Oh, correct.
I just didn't
yes.
realize it was aggravated.
14's a little worse.
Yeah, I get it.
All right,
So I'm really advocating a reduction. They've been, they've been there.
Reduction from the 6,500?
A reduction from the 6,500, correct. Again, 14 is shocking. I'll grant that. That is a shocking number. But again, I'm hearing about it for the first
I had
time.
9,000 plus penalizing for the 14-year-old, but,
Well,
given
again,
the
if we-
circumstances,
I mean,
maybe
both-
I'll accept the 6,500.
Because we have the ATAP training, and again, they just recently passed another inspection. So I think the message has been sent, the lesson's been learned.
Which is why I'm coming down to 6,500.
Okay.
The trade name hasn't been filed.
Trade name, I filed for it. I sent it up September 15th. I haven't gotten anything back from the Secretary of State. We'll be adding on OK Petroleum.
Okay,
Upon
I'll
receipt.
accept the 6,500. I'm not inclined to go down either.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2302, Roomba Supper Club.
All right, we cleared house. All right. HB objects, originally a restaurant.
Good afternoon. Waiting for my lawyer.
Timothy Allenwick for the applicant.
So community board's against this. It's originally a restaurant application?
No, Bar Tavern.
Bar Tavern?
It's a bar tavern now.
It has, that's what he applied for, yeah. He's just asking now to add DJ and dancing and security guards.
Okay.
So the community board didn't ask him to come in. They sent a letter in opposition.
Is this, are you Jason?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is Mr. Segovia, the owner.
Are they're saying they're getting complaints, numerous complaints? You know anything about these?
Again, they didn't call us in to,
Well, excessive noise, illegal parking, public urination, public intoxication, littering. And that was not the first time we were made aware of the complaints.
Police referral?
But we do not have police reports, that's correct.
What are your hours?
you asking the hours?
Yeah. For Wednesday to Sunday,
4 to 4?
4 to 12, 4 to 12, 4 to 4, and 4 to 4.
4 to 4 on Friday and Saturday, and 4 to 12 the rest
So
of the
they
week.
changed from the menu? You have your hours printed on your menu.
We have it.
And that only goes to 2 a.m. on Thursday through Saturday.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. You filed this in January?
Yeah, we have it, yeah.
The submitter? Good catch, Secretary.
What'd she say?
She said, look, on the menu, it says these hours.
I don't have that, I'm sorry.
We're looking at the original menu.
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah,
That's the one you're supposed to be going by until and
Yeah.
unless you get approved, though.
yeah.
And you want to change those?
We want to change this.
To later hours, 4 AM
That on your method of option?
Thursday
You
and,
didn't request change in.
wait,
rate.
Friday and Saturday, 4 AM?
Yeah, 4 to 4,
What about Thursday?
4 to 12.
Right.
4 to 12 on Thursday?
Yeah. So it will be Wednesday, Thursday, 4 to 12, Friday and Saturday, 4 to 4.
Monday and Tuesday.
We're just
Sunday?
adding
It will be closed.
dancing.
Yeah,
You're gonna have live bands?
live entertainment, yes. Live music, yeah.
This was what, a rest, so it wasn't a restaurant, it was
There's always a bar.
it's always a bar?
Yeah, the application you submitted says 4 PM to 2 AM.
Oh, is it there?
Yeah,
Yeah, you got 2 AM.
right here. What's before the members on the establishment questionnaire?
All right, yeah, we filed this on January.
I'm sorry, that's the time that the cook will be there, excuse me.
Yeah.
So no food after 2 AM?
Okay. No, they don't need to have food.
Well, they have to have food available, but it doesn't have.
Yeah,
to
we'll be available.
Because why, even though they're,
It's a bar, so that sandwiches.
oh,
chicken
no,
wings,
that's right.
Just food available, frozen pizza.
Have you been getting complaints from the community board about noise?
We did a few months ago. We addressed those.
How?
We did sound insulation on the inner walls. So we re-insulated the walls with soundproof insulation, soundproof board. And we check noise levels with a dB meter every day that we open.
What kind of music is he allowed to have now?
Recorded, right?
I don't think there was any music, or it should have been in there. Oh, live,
No, that's what
Live
he's
recorded,
asking for.
recorded. Now he just wants to add DJ.
It's always
Add
been
live
live.
AG and dancing.
And now he wants to
Dancing,
add
and he
DJ
wants
and
to add
dancing.
dancing. And you got your license already, cabaret license?
No, that's being filed.
It's been filed.
No.
Yeah. Well, not the cabaret, I'm sorry.
Not dancing.
Yeah, did you
No,
apply
we-
for the,
We have an architect working on for that, and it won't be a cabaret, it will be,
Yeah, I spoke to the architect. He's saying, based on the zoning and the PA, it's going to be as of right. So they don't need a cabaret license.
As a right to dance?
Where exactly on Woodhaven? What else is around?
Your neighborhood.
I
Jack.
thought the city in New York was all cabaret.
That's what I thought too.
What else is near your establishment on Woodhaven?
Nearby, there's a gas station, right next door, there's a truck rental place.
Are you on the north side or the south side of Queens Boulevard?
I'm not sure. Are we right in front of the cemetery? So that I know. There's a cemetery in front of.
I'd be happy to provide something
So
regarding the
are you
dancing.
changing this around to get rid of all the seating and make it into more of a dance floor?
No.
There's more seating. He's going from 44 to 152.
Yeah.
Oh, there's more seating.
What did you do? Have an addition put on, or did you get the next building, or?
We got the next door building. Yeah, well, not building, the store next door.
Got it.
Mr. Almack, if this is approved, I'm gonna have to either get, if it's not a cabaret, something
Right.
showing that the one isn't needed, because I just never heard of it.
I just spent a half hour on the phone with the architect, and I'd never heard of it either, so.
I'll do that as a condition of approval.
Right, that'll work.
Are there houses right around here?
Yeah, so you're not on the side where the shopping mall is. You're on the other side of the LIE. You by the Queen Center Mall, or are you down Woodhaven Boulevard
Down with Haven,
by the
the
cemetery?
cemetery, yeah.
Near London Lenny's and,
I know where that is.
By Metropolitan Avenue. Yeah, like 3 blocks from it, something like that.
So it's on Woodhaven, right?
yeah,
So-
so you're right by the Trader Joe's and the Panera.
Around there, yes.
So there is no residential.
No, there's right behind it, right behind those. Woodhaven is commercial, but the building's right, the block's all behind.
But they don't abut each other.
Backyards would, yeah, there's nobody above it.
No,
But
no
the
one-
people who were complaining about the noise were what? Who were the community board, but on behalf of who?
Houses.
Family houses or just,
It was just complaints. I'm not
you're
sure.
not sure where?
Other backyard? What's in
The
your backyard?
behind the establishment is a big parking lot also. There's no a house right behind.
That you,
nightclubs on the street. There are lots of restaurants.
Right.
And probably bars too, but there's no.
He's already got live music. And
Yeah, all right, I'll approve with those hours,
4 a.m.?
Which hours?
whatever we had told.
Friday, Saturday, 4 to 4, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 to 12, Sunday, Tuesday, closed.
Sunday, Monday,
Monday
Tuesday.
through Tuesday, closed.
Are you worried about the 4 a.m.?
It's just Fridays and Saturdays.
Yeah, I'll approve with the hours he has now listed on the menu.
What's that, Wednesday?
Monday through Wednesday, 2 to 12, and Thursday through Saturday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Oh, you're actually giving him more hours on
Monday, Tuesday.
Well, I mean, assuming close, whatever days he's
Thursday.
closed, he's closed.
I don't think there are many people out on Woodhaven Boulevard
Yeah.
past 2 a.m.
He's trying to change that.
That's fine, 2 a.m.
It's fine?
That's fine.
Okay.
So I approve with the restriction on hours.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Two other things.
More?
You do?
Yeah.
I don't have anything listed, so give me the name.
Pramuk, P-R-A-M, 2825.
2825.
Pramuk 2825. And 1090 Liberty.
2285 or 2?
No, I don't have those numbers on this.
Oh, no, you want the agenda number?
I need the agenda
Oh,
numbers.
sorry. Give me this one.
Oh, that's, 2316? Was it just one of them? You have another one? That Belmore Cigar and Vapor?
Finding it, though. This
I'm
is
okay,
an offer
1500?
on a,
Yep.
Accept.
Except,
I'd even suggest a letter of warning since they did not sell to the minor, and that's the reason why we were at the
Okay.
I
location.
support that.
All right, we'll go with
letter of warning.
Mr. Alnick's. Great suggestion. Letter of warning.
And who else was, or is there another one or no?
I'll take your fee,
Can't
Mr. Almond.
Probably not legal.
What was his other one?
No.
You said 1090 Liquor?
Liberty.
Liberty.
This is a workers' compensation after a hearing, and I believe the owner is stuck in Yemen.
Yemen?
Yeah,
It's a popular
basically
destination.
a war going on.
Oh, it's 2328.
2328.
I can't imagine why you would want to be stuck in Yemen
28.
this time of year.
It's a workers' comp, right?
So does your client have, your position is your client has no employees and therefore is not required to have workers' compensation,
That's what I've been told, yes.
but they got a stop work order.
Correct.
So if did they have workers' compensation at some point and then stopped having workers' compensation?
I don't think so. I think they felt they were exempt.
We would have asked him for an attestation of exemption.
Right, and I just haven't been able to, I don't have his cooperation right now, so.
So if your client's in Yemen, does he have employees running the store now?
Do you want to put it over and I could try to,
Yeah, that was actually
That
good. That's a good
That
question.
would belie the whole argument that he doesn't have employees because he's in Yemen, stuck.
Somebody should be minding the store.
he has a partner.
Is his partner on the license?
I was gonna say a disclosed partner.
Why don't we put it over and
getting
stop
worse.
while you're ahead?
All right, over to
Saved your
11.3.
client- Other client 1500.
11-3.
Thank you.
11.3.